Okay. Nouvelle France, 1665.
In France, they called us Filles du Roi, daughters of the king. Most of us came here to start over, to live new lives, better lives, far from Europe's cruelty. All I found was death.
Doggo!
I'm okay. I'm okay. Good boy. Did you drag me back to shore? Where's everyone else?
If
no.
this is first person, I'm going to do this with my mouse and keyboard.
Hélène?
It's easier.
Hélène, where are you? Thérèse! Marie! Anyone? That's right. We can't be the only ones. We can't be. Come on, boy. Let's look for survivors.
Look for survivors among the wreckage.
Did you find something?
Ooh, there's a thing here.
The captain's eau de vie. Your owner must be close. Almost empty. Was he drinking when the storm hit? Here, can you pick up the captain's scent? Ugh, that reeks. Can't believe sailors fought over this. Forget it. Let's just keep looking. Is anyone out there? It's me, Jeanne!
St. Catherine's Bay, okay. Recruiter's warned life in Nouvelle France wouldn't be easy, but I couldn't imagine it being worse in Europe. I lost my family at 5, survived in the streets of La Rochelle alone until the convent took me in. I found God during my time there, and he gave me purpose as a caretaker who could work for the good of others. But my actions would never make a real difference, not with France ruled the way it was. That's why, even though King Louis sent us here to marry and have children, I came to make the new world a better place while carrying the will of God within me. I just hope he still hears my prayers now that I'm so far from home. Alright, so we've got some historical facts. In the mid-1600s, Nouvelle France unmarried men outnumbered women at a rate of 15 to 1, a disparity which severely stifled the colony's growth. To remedy the situation, King Louis XIV began recruiting filles du roi, literally daughters of the king. These unmarried common-born women, typically orphans or young widows living in poverty, were recruited with the purpose of marrying colonists and bearing many children. Although life was arduous across the sea and rules for displacement strict, the New World promised them better lives than Europe would ever offer. Each exported daughter was given a free trousseau for clothing, ship fare, and even a wedding dowry. As a result of this practice, over 200 young women emigrated in only 30 years, quickly rectifying the colony's birth rates. Okay, so the dog's name is Capitaine. Okay, so Capitaine is a playful, cuddly dog I met aboard the ship to Nouvelle France, formerly owned by the Intrepide's captain. I didn't get along with most of the girls I was travelling with, but I certainly got along with this little guy. It's probably because we both shared this sort of pure, optimistic excitement to see the New World's wilderness. He's smart, even for a trained dog, and I often get the impression he understands my every word. Although I never learned his real name, he still comes running every time I shout Capitaine. I wonder if it's because he thinks I'm calling out to his owner. An energetic breed with a telltale tricolour coat of fur, the first English Shepherds were the result of combining various collie breeds found across the British Isles. Their clean hearing, high stamina, extreme intelligence, and ease of training made English Shepherds popular pets among North America's first colonists, who kept them as watchdogs, herders, ratters, hunting partners, and, of course, loving companions. Though they are known to bond strongly with their owners, English Shepherds require near constant stimuli to keep their enthusiasm high and their minds sharp. One could assume the cramped confines of a ship led Capitaine to form a fast friendship with the exuberantly curious Jean. Location, so St. Catherine's Bay. St. Catherine's Bay is the site of the Intrepid's fateful accident and the place where I first set foot in Nouvelle France. I used to think the New World would look like something out of a fairy tale, but my first nights on that beach felt like something that crawled straight out of my nightmares. The stony shores were sharp as fangs and the winds loud as distant screams. Worse yet, every time I peered into the forest, I swore I could see something moving in the shadows, stalking me, hunting me. I'm beginning to understand why the Kingsmen paid for us to come here. A rocky beach framed with dense forest, one of the first treaties between French settlers and native nations occurred in this location. The former received lands in exchange for providing military protection to the latter, and the alliance ended with promising words, "Our sons shall marry your daughters, and then we shall be one people." The waters of this area were once rich with cod, beluga, and narwhal, which sparked the expansion of major French fishing industries in the late 1600s. Though hunting excesses soon reduced the supply of freshwater fish to nearly nothing, a coastal village was built soon after these fisheries were established, and it still exists to this day. The bay owes its name to St. Catherine, a ship that sunk just off the coast in 1686. Now, what do you say over here, Capitaine?
Ugh. Everything's gone rancid. What are we gonna do for food?
Can I? Oh, yes, we can pet the doggo. Yes, let's pet the doggo. Always pet the doggo. What do we got here?
This is a lens. But it's all... No, she can't be. Our Lord who art in heaven, grant me courage to... My rosary. Where's my rosary? It has to be here. It has to be somewhere. It has to. God, please. Not this too.
Yeah, this don't look promising, like... Looks like everyone might be dead.
I don't see any footprints. The others must still be on the beach. This place gives me the creeps.
Okay, so we can't go down there. Okay.
Hello? Can anyone hear me? Anyone? him.
He did, though.
He's gone. They're all gone. Why, God? Why take them? Why leave me alone again? A Bible.
Each choice will indicate how it affects your character. Okay.
Lord, grant me courage to face this on my own and protect me from evil. Carry the lost to the land which you swore to their fathers, and give them peace. Amen. I know, boy. I know. Come on. We need to get help. I don't know how far Quebec is, but... Easy. Easy. Something's out there.
The Holy Scriptures of her Father who art in heaven, which I found near the corpse of the Intrepide's captain. When I hold this book tight, I somehow just know God can hear my every prayer, same as if I held my missing rosary. An old nun from the convent once punished me for peeking at a Bible's pages when I was young, saying it was blasphemy for women to read it. The mind of a lady will tarnish his guidance with false interpretation. I remember her screaming that while beating me with a leather strap. Hopefully, his guidance will stop something like that from ever happening to me again. Based on translations of the Latin Vulgate, the New Testament is a revision to Christian biblical canon written back in 384 AD. Together with the Old Testament, it was the first book produced by a printing press, and by the 17th century was the most widely accessible book in the world. With the Renaissance bringing major religious reforms to Europe, personal ownership of holy texts became commonplace, as did unofficial interpretations or critiques of scriptures, which had informed fundamental aspects of European society, ranging from marriage legislation to codes of civil conduct. The Church therefore enforced several restrictions on who could legally read public editions of the Bible to prevent commoners from questioning their widespread authority. Women, who were often disadvantaged by religious edicts, were at the very top of that list.
The lands Innu call home are more than hunting grounds. They're bridges to our past. There, I walk the paths of my ancestors, track the same prey, cross the same rivers. But that day, the past felt distant. Something changed my home, scarred it, and I needed to know why. More frostbitten flowers. Wind's colder too. Good. Still on the right trail. Whole forest feels off today. The animals must fear that chill in the air too.
We're having like a look around. It's pretty.
Maybe great-grandfather was right. Maybe this cold really is driving the caribou away. But then, what drove this cold here?
It's Canada. It's cold.
Sap hasn't thawed. This is recent. Need to be careful.
Oh,
Frost alone can't cause damage like this. Something else tore through here. Something big. No sign of Prince, though. Fresh tracks. 2 sets. But these weren't made by Innu moccasins. White men. Why are they here? Oh no! What have you done?
oh, there's blood.
What have you done to our home?
Okay. Totosukak, the place my family calls home and the path to our ancestral hunting grounds. Its name means bosom, and we call it this way because of the 2 round hills on its western coast. A fitting name for these fertile lands where Mother Earth nourishes us all. Here, ice from winter fjords travels downriver and we harpoon the seals that rest upon it. Here, we hunt geese returning home in spring, following the water to hunt autumn caribou up north. Here, I follow the paths my ancestors have walked and forge new ones for those who will outlive me. Here, the white men have settled, begun their trades, built their colonies. With each passing year, we feel their presence stretch a little further, and Mother Earth's bosom nourishes us less and less. Okay. Also known as Tazusac, the first trading post in Nouvelle France was established here back in 1599. Founders hoped this prime location at the confluence of the Sanguinet and Saint Laurent rivers, the intersection of many native territories, would greatly benefit the fur trade. However, rugged land, fierce winters, and frequent attacks by hostile Haudenosaunee forces proved too severe for most European settlers. As a result, French commerce would not flourish until several decades later, through exchanges between Innu, Mi'kmaq, Malecite, and other native nations remained prosperous throughout. Today, Takuatshina is a rural village surrounded by conservation areas and untouched wilderness. Tourists come from across the world to visit the fjords upriver, watch whales return to sea, or discover indigenous traditions. Okay, so great-grandfather's been mentioned, so great-grandfather. I wouldn't be who I am today without great-grandfather's teachings. As medicine man, he taught me where to look for plants that will soothe nausea and fevers, how to prepare them in concoctions, or thank Mother Earth for providing what we need. As a former hunter, he taught me how to build my first knife, how to track down or skin caribou, and why we ought to honor every creature that provides us food. As a storyteller, he taught me connections to our history, tales that formed my morals and ways to laugh when life is hardest. We may not be related, but he still treated me like family, same as anyone else back home. and that is why all of us, young and old alike, call him our great-grandfather. Though their exact responsibilities vary from culture to culture, elders play integral roles regarding the preservation and prosperity of Indigenous communities. They act not only as healers, leaders, or spiritual guides, but also as keepers of ancestral knowledge and transmitters of oral history, allowing traditional practices and values to endure throughout generations. Much of what we know today regarding native North American culture survived colonial epidemics, erasure, and ethnocide thanks to the efforts of such elders. One thing to note is that elders can be of any gender and are not necessarily elderly, merely esteemed figures who carry significant wisdom in their respective fields. In modern days, even younger activists, artists, or historians may be regarded as elders, as their work contributes to the continued preservation of a nation's values and intergenerational solidarity. Great-grandfather always told me that the ways of the Innu are found in respect and shared knowledge, not just of the territory we inhabit or the lessons passed down by our ancestors, but of each other, no matter the hardship faced or the harm done. Forgiveness will teach better lessons than hatred and keep our home a place of beauty, of life. I believe in those lessons, I truly do. I just worry they won't be enough to let me trust the white men. I have seen what they are capable of, felt the pain they've caused my home, shed tears over the wounds they've left, and I need to do everything in my power to stop more of those tears from flowing. Hailing from the Quebec-Labrador area, Inuit are nomadic hunter-gatherers with deep spiritual ties to their territory and an affinity for humour in their stories. This trait led anthropologist Serge Bouchard to call them the laughing people, although the word Innu actually means free man in their native tongue. Traditional Innu life relies on a cycle of travel that matches the cycle of seasons. In autumn, they stock up on lard and meat by hunting bears as they crack caribou. In winter, they hunt caribou for food, clothes, tools, and more. Come spring, they head back south together with other families, feasting on migrating geese and salmon while they travel. Finally, summers are for celebration. Fresh food is abundant, weddings are held, and supplies for fall are gathered.
No use. The wood's too wet. Dead branches from the forest might work better. But
there's probably wolves in the forest.
Lord, I pray for your protection. You are my hiding place. Under your wings, I find refuge. Protect me. Please. You're getting cold too, huh? Boy? I know, boy. I miss them too. At least we have each other.
Totally controlling the hand that's patting the dog right now.
I guess we... What's wrong?
Mother always said I learnt to sing long before I learnt to speak. I'm inclined to believe that, if only because I remember her singing this tune to me every night before bed. She changed the lyrics every night too, though. Maybe to keep it interesting for me. Maybe because she never knew what the right words were to begin with. It was my father who first heard this song, back when he worked at La Rochelle's ports alongside foreign sailors. If it came from overseas, that would explain why no one else at the convent had ever heard it. Regardless, the song always felt special to me. It always gave me courage and comfort when I needed it most, even though Dad said it was supposed to be a very sad song. I never really thought of it that way until the day he died. Presumably originating from the Åland Islands, a Swedish-speaking region of Finland located in the Baltic Sea, the lullaby Jean sings was initially a folk song known as Vem kan segla förutan vind. This name literally translates to Who Can Sail Without the Wind. Its modern French and English renditions were written circa 1909, but it is estimated that the first translations date back to the Renaissance era. These translations were potentially inaccurate, as it remains unclear even today whether the song was first intended as a lullaby or a sailor's shanty. Other interpretations even frame it as a call and a response tune, a dirge, or a composition intended for an operatic choir. As a result, each version's lyrics vary considerably, with its main themes even alternating between baking, war, or life at sea. However, each and every version shares one unifying motive: the sorrow of losing a loved one.
What is that thing? Wait. Is it searching the wreckage?
I think it's human.
We can't let it see us. Come on. Boy, no. Just stay, please.
Like, it's clearly
Please,
a human with a lantern. Like,
Boy, no. Oh, God, it's coming.
or maybe not.
What do I do? What do I do? God, I'm begging you. Don't let this happen. Please,
Like-
please don't let me die.
What the?
I thought you were a human. And then you kind of looked like a
Jesus
wolf at one
Christ.
point.
You're a long way from home, little lady.
Be nice to
Good
my
boy.
dog.
Where are the others hiding?
There are no others. It's just us.
You serious? God damn it. So much for finding help. I take it you've been freezing all night, huh? You know how to sew, girl?
Huh?
Sewing. You know, with needles and thread and shit. Know how?
Yes, I do.
Finally, a bit of luck. So, I can't exactly take care of this on my own. But I can trade you a fire for a couple of stitches. Sound fair?
Alright, okay, so you give me fire, and I dig into your face with a needle.
How do I know you'll keep your end of the bargain?
Easy. You don't.
How about you give me
But unless
fire
you feel like waiting for
first, and I
someone
can...
else to show up, I suggest you make do with me.
And that's how I met Pierre. The man who saved my life. The man who started all of this.
A good friend once told me, never let fear or hate prevent understanding. But that day, I didn't want to understand. I wanted to wake up from a nightmare they created.
Well, there was certainly a lot of blood around.
Ugh. That stench. Rotting meat?
Let me guess, they killed an animal for the sake of killing an animal and not actually using it. Yep, looks like it.
No!
Oh, they killed a doggo!
I'd seen death before. But this was something else. Something worse.
Oh, correction, it's a wolf, but... Great-grandfather once told me that the wolves in Takuatshina are unlike those from the west. They hunt in larger packs, are hardier than other breeds, and better suited to the cold, rugged terrain of our homeland. Though we do not hunt them, they remain a sacred part of our home, and their lives deserve the same respect as any Innu person's. That, he says, is why my parents named me after them. So that I may share their resilience, their sense of community, and never forget how important my homeland is to me. The moment I saw the white wolf's butcher's remains, I couldn't help but worry what part of myself died alongside it. From the she-wolf who nursed the Roman twins Remus and Romulus to the Cree Tales, which describes the battle between negative and positive emotions as two wolves fighting within us, these large carnivorous canines have countless myths associated to them, and just as many subspecies found across the globe. The Labrador wolf in particular is a genus native to the Takuatshina region. Considerably larger than most North American breeds, their grizzled furs range in colour from dark grey to stark white, helping them blend into their rocky, wintry environments. Much like the Innu themselves, they mainly subsist on caribou, which they hunt in large groups, isolating targets before circling them, biting at their hindquarters until they are too hurt to flee or flight. Nowadays, the species is listed as endangered, both due to urbanisation and dwindling caribou populations.
His remains were gaunt, like he'd been starving. Yet the white man hadn't eaten a single scrap of him. His snow-white fur had been hacked off, not skinned. I could taste his agony amid the stench, see it in his eyes. His spirit was crying out in pain, begging to be freed from that decaying prison. It felt as if his killers wanted to hurt him, even in death. I have to warn Great-Grandfather. He'll know how to fix this. Maybe there's still some way to honor the wolf's death and... Huh?
Something's going on.
The white man's camp. He's dead. That's some serious frost damage. And whatever did this must have done the same to him. Huh. He froze to death, but it wasn't slow or gradual. More like he was mauled by cold. I'm sorry. You don't deserve this any more than the wolf does. A hunter told me white men do this to help the dead rest. I hope it makes your journey easier. That's odd. His moccasins are gone. Stripped bare and left behind, just like the wolf. Someone else was here, and he robbed this man. Why? What kind of mantush defiles his brother instead of burying him? Still a few embers. Fire's been out for a day, at most. The other man left a lot of supplies behind. Probably because he had to. No, it's too dangerous. I can't go wandering off until I figure out what happened here.
Okay, we'll keep looking. Oh, I didn't say that.
A tanning rack. Must have been used for the wolf's fur. But it's gone now. Likely taken by the other man. He looted the camp, left his friend's body laying here, and ran off with the white wolf's hide. Now then, where did he go?
Well, there's
Prints
tracks
are deep,
here, so
spaced far apart.
he was
ran.
running.
Left behind some belongings, but no sign of the white pelt. Still, for him to just drop all this?
Like, something definitely happened. Oh, we got more blood.
Fresh blood. Froze before it could dry. It's just like what killed the dead man. Great-grandfather was right. Our elders once spoke of a winter spirit who lashes out when nature is defiled. Should its anger go unappeased, frigid weather would follow, causing countless deaths. I had to find the one who did this, retrieve the white fur he had stolen, lay the dishonored wolf to rest, and fast. Or else, the coming winter would be my people's last.
One year, when great-grandfather was a child, our community was stricken by the worst winter the Innu have ever known. Snow fell before autumn leaves turned yellow. Ice tore apart full-grown trees. Hardy animals froze to death, and spring arrived at a time we would normally welcome summer. This, the elders said, was the work of the winter spirit. Though it is not evil, it is a fierce protector, a trickster who teaches harsh lessons to those who indulge in greed, dare take nature for granted, or believe themselves superior to it. How the spirit will punish these heartless white men, I do not know, but the consequences of their actions stand to harm everyone upon this land, if nothing is done to right their wrongs. And there's nothing there under historical facts. Okay. One thing white men can't seem to understand is this land does not belong to anyone. We belong to it. The reason Innu lived in harmony with nature, and the reason nature continues to offer us so many resources, is because we treasure every part of it, treating every living thing within with the utmost respect. That way, there will always continue to be resources worth treasuring in the future, be they plants or animals. This is why the poacher's actions were so heartless, hacking apart an animal only to leave the corpse lying there teeming with maggots. It's the same as defiling the remains of his own family, or the future of his children. And something tells me he'd stoop to that, if it meant sating his own greed.
The other girls told me stories about men like him. Called them swashbuckling heroes. Men who could conquer the New World's wilds and beasts. But well, my first impression of Pierre was that he was a wild beast. All right, all done. Don't strain or the stitches might break.
Much obliged. Still can't believe you thought I was a werewolf, though.
I didn't mean to, but you were acting like I thought...
Relax. I'm just teasing. Still, after hearing that story, you're luckier to be alive than I thought. You, have my condolences, though.
Might I trouble
Lost
you
a
for a
friend
drink of
myself
some
not
kind,
long
baby?
ago. I know it ain't easy. For what it's worth.
Thank you. I know they're at peace in his kingdom now. But none of them deserve this.
New World's a harsh place, Jan. Lots out here can kill. And ain't much will warn you before trying. My line of work taught me that, at least.
Okay. Ask about the things that kill or about his line of work. I feel like I want to get to know him a little better.
Your job brought you all the way out here?
Us traders gotta trek pretty far east to find furs these days. Ain't easy work, but it's decent money. And decent money's about all I can hope for. I was hoping to find more before turning back, but something ain't right with these woods. It's like every damn tree is breathing down my neck. Sooner I'm back in Quebec, sooner I sleep with both eyes closed.
You're headed for Quebec? Oh, thank you, God! This is perfect. You can take me with you.
You kidding? No way in hell I'm doing that. Hike from here to Quebec takes weeks, woman. And I'm already lugging twice the load I oughta. Having you to worry about on top of that would be a goddamn death sentence.
Do you have any idea what you're saying? I won't survive here all alone.
Shipment of soldiers. Carignan-Salière or some shit. Ought to sail by here in about a week. Wreckage this size is easy to spot. So signal them clearly. They'll probably stop to sail you home.
Probably? You want me to wait here alone, on the off chance the military maybe stops to help me? If they don't stop, I'll die, Pierre.
Look, I get your point, but it's still safer here than out there, okay?
Oh yeah? Then stay with me. We can both take the ship home.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Why not?
Why? Doesn't matter. Point is, you can't come with me. End of story.
bribe or confront him?
Are you trying to use me as bait?
Beg pardon?
You said the woods weren't normal. Like something in there was stalking you. And you're asking me to stay here, even though something like that is out there. If you're not trying to abandon me so I get eaten first, it doesn't show.
I know you're scared, but your odds won't be better by coming with me. There's carnivores out there, Jeanne. Iroquois, lawbreakers, you name it. There's too many things I can't protect you from, especially when I can barely protect myself. Stay here, and there's a chance you die, yeah. But come with me, and you're sure to die.
You don't know what I'm capable of.
All the more reason not to take a risk and find out.
What if I say no and follow you anyway? You can't exactly stop me from trying, can you?
You really want to test my patience, little lady? 'Cause I don't got much left.
And what if me following you wouldn't become a problem?
The hell are you getting at?
If I keep up with you without becoming a burden, you won't waste time worrying about me. Meaning, I won't test your patience at all. In fact, I'll make your life easier. All I do is follow. Nothing else. Unless you ask.
And if you do wear my patience out?
Leave me behind and forget me. Whether you do it now or in 2 days doesn't change much.
You're dead set about tagging along, aren't you?
Yep.
I don't want to be alone, Pierre. I really, really don't.
This thing's already full as hell. And I, ain't supposed to strain, apparently. So, if we stock up on meat, fur, firewood, I can't be the one carrying it. Still think you'd keep pace with extra baggage?
Yes, of course.
Got ourselves a deal then, Miss Angelier. Here's hoping you keep your end of it.
I will, Pierre. Thank you.
You better hit the hay. Tomorrow's gonna be a long day. And this'll be a cold night. Gotta make both count if we plan on making it to Quebec before either get colder.
Colder than this?
Yep. Come winter, that whole river's gonna be frozen solid. End to end.
Great.
Here. A friend of mine bagged this one. Always said he'd rather own fur this white than sell it. But, well, he ain't around no more. So someone may as well put it to use for him. This is the most expensive pelt I've got, girl. And unlike him, I plan on making good money off it. You keep it safe, I keep you safe. Got it?
Got it.
Okay, so it was you that killed that wolf. Got it. Alright, we've got an ad about to start, so I'm going to let that do its thing. And I'll be back.
Alright, Miss Higgs, go and stand against the bar with me, please. You're going to receive 10 months for your crimes tonight.
Oh, 10 months for shooting at a helicopter? Damn. That's not that bad.
Oh, apparently I quote this, you are idiots and you deserve the 10 months.
Oh.
You got this, Minda.
Is
We're
this
relying
guy
on you.
teabagging me or something?
Oh my god, he's huge. He's huge and red. Oh my god. Why are you red? Where's your penis? Where's your penis? Okay, anyway, die.
And you guys seem insistent, so let's bang
That
it.
is comforting to hear. I've long felt the same way. But I banished the thought that this would ever happen. Many times I wished to tell you. Wished to say what was in my heart and what I desired. But duty kept me from it. Say all you like. Today has meant so much. We rode, we fought, we drank, we laughed. You showed me your world. Not in words, but deeds. Deeds are more direct than words.
Of his absence and retrieve
Is there no voiceover?
in his downtown penthouse. Good luck.
I've got a voiceover.
That's doo-doo.
Hi, Amy. Oh, fuck off, Ellen!
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, what just happened?
I shot her in the back of the head and she jumped. I got you.
Excuse me, little bouncy shit. Both figuratively and literally.
That's all that's called Australia.
It's called medical tape.
Yeah, in Australia, that masking tape's that silver tape, yeah? That fucking tough shit, eh? Like it's
Yeah, mate, you use it on vehicles, not on humans.
Yeah, to fix the window.
Yeah, mate, yeah.
I think you're confusing duct tape with masking tape.
No,
duct tape goes around the mouth.
Different. Yeah, that's when we take hostages. Oh,
Okay,
Casey,
Get
I
me
need to
on.
ask you a question.
Just go under. What is wrong with you, Bayak? You see the hole? Go in the hole. It's right there.
You haven't told me why you're here, after coming all the way from... where? I've traveled so much, it's been a long time since I've been somewhere. But the Greek world was my home, long ago. I came here looking for an...
We are not falling. Okay, so maybe we are falling just a little bit. Oh, it's a zombie! Okay, we're back. I'm still not sure how to feel about Pierre. Despite his gruff exterior, he strikes me as an upstanding man who acts with a kind heart. Sure, the way he speaks makes me worry he spent too much time among natives and too little time in church. But it's not like he has no morals. He never would have agreed to help me if he were truly evil. Plus, it takes incredible courage to do what he does, seeking fame and fortune alone in the wilds, even if he is only in it for the money. And yet, I can't shake the feeling he's hiding something from me, something far bigger than I could possibly imagine. People in France say Quebec is like a fortress, built atop rocky cliffs that twinkle like diamonds. that nowhere, not even Versailles, has more prosperous bounties of silk soft furs, that its winters are so cold they freeze the blood in your veins, that vicious natives attack the walls night and day without mercy. Yet, even peasant women can live free within these walls, if they are strong and determined. Most people wouldn't dream of coming here, but I gave up everything back home for a chance to make Quebec my home. There, I would be anything. A teacher, a caretaker, maybe even a nun. I pray to survive long enough to find out what I'll become. Derived from the Algonquian word Quebec, meaning where the river narrows, Quebec was formerly known as Takuatshina, a vast Haudenosaunee village and major point of contact between indigenous nations. In 1535, French explorer Jacques Cartier discovered Takuatshina, using the village as a hub to chart the region's commercial potential. In doing so, he propagated illnesses, killing many Haudenosaunee. Furthermore, Cartier kidnapped villagers before departing, hoping they might convince King Francis I of this new world's untapped wealth. These prisoners never returned home and perished in France. In 1608, colonial administrator Samuel de Champlain returned to Takuatshina, only to find it deserted and destroyed. Presumably, academics culled Haudenosaunee members so dramatically they could no longer repel neighbouring warbands. Seeing the area's rocky bluffs and strategic locations as assets, Champlain established a trading post upon Takuatshina's ruins, eventually transforming it into Nouvelle-France's first true city. This settlement soon became the target of vicious Haudenosaunee raids, which lasted several decades. Okay, episode 2. Coast of the St. Lawrence River, 3 days after discovering the White Wolf's remains.
Good. These are definitely his tracks. Seems he headed for the bay. I'll be back soon, great-grandfather. That's too big to be an Arwal corpse. What happened here?
A boat crashed.
Looks like the marks our hunters leave when they drag caribou through snow. But whoever did this was dragging something else.
A corpse. I want to see if he responds to any of ooh.
Such strange texture. What kind of animal hide did they make this from? Blood soaked so deep it practically dyed the wood.
A playing card.
What's this? Almost looks like painted tree bark. But I can't tell if this is supposed to be a person or a spirit. Well, best not leave it lying around. Last thing I need is another spirit's grudge.
I've met Algonquian people who paint or carve birch bark into fragile works of detailed art, but I've never seen anything quite like this. The paint doesn't seem made from smoked fruit or clay, and the person they've depicted is wearing some of the most bizarre clothes I've ever seen. But somehow, what's even stranger are those wriggling black symbols scrawled into the backside. Innu who've dealt with white men before tell me symbols like these are almost like magic, allowing white men to have conversations without speaking a single word. But that has to be impossible. The others were probably playing tricks on me to see if I'd get scared. There's a rosary bead.
Some kind of pendant. Maybe the wolf killer dropped it? I'm still not sure why I chose to keep that thing. Maybe I was tired of seeing things left to rot. Is this glass? Wow, it's smooth as polished bone. What a waste to keep something so disgusting inside something so beautiful. Another campfire. Still a few embers. The thief didn't leave long ago. Didn't leave alone either. Too small to be a wolf. Maybe a coyote. Why would one come this close to a fire?
'Cause it's a doggo.
These tracks aren't his. Too slender. Different kind of moccasins. A woman, maybe? Maybe they had something to do with what got dragged off the beach. Wait, is that? Did he dig it? If so, maybe I misjudged him? I mean, he did take the wolf's pelt, but... Fur traders. Just like the ones I found back home. Maybe they know something about the thief I'm after. There's a chance they're not all bad, and I could use the help. Excuse me!
Seems like a bad idea.
I come in peace.
Yeah, I thought this was a bad idea. Now they're shooting at me.
They're trying to kill me. I have to.
Friends, you can come out. My partners will not shoot again.
He He speaks Innu?
These men mistook you for a grave robber. If you come out and agree to speak with me, I'll convince them you mean no harm. You have my word.
Oh, monsieur. C'est un enfant.
Thank you for your trust. Now, why don't we give this greeting another try?
A year ago in spring, my family did trade with a Malicete hunter who had an unusual scar along his shoulder. He told us that it was from a white man who attacked him with a strange weapon, one that cracked like thunder or a splitting boulder spewing smoke and splintering wood from a dozen paces away. I struggled to imagine such a thing until today. Now, I struggle to imagine how those Malicete hunters survived. A single one of those roaring staves could kill a full-grown parabel quicker than 10 Inwis spears. No wonder there was so much blood when I found the White Wolf. Perhaps one of the most revolutionary weapons in the history of warfare, flintlock muskets were single-shot rifles integral to the survival of Nouvelle France colonists. The guns were highly prized trade commodities among native communities, as they facilitated difficult hunting practices that originally relied on spears or arrows. This first proved profitable for Europeans, as easier hunts meant more frequent fur trade, but things took a sour turn when hostile nations acquired their own. Muskets in the 17th century also had a fatal design flaw. Reloading was tedious and often dangerous, since both black powder and bullets had to be manually rammed down the weapon's barrel, one after the other. This could result in frequent sudden misfires, costing marksmen their fingers, if not their lives.
Tout ce qui avait de valeur a déjà été pris. All this for a white pelt? Quite the unbelievable journey, my gun.
Unbelievable? As in, you don't believe me?
I mean, your winter spirit sounds different from the one I've heard of. But I can't deny the cold. And I don't know many Innu who'd come this far just to lie. Still, your name means wolf, and you're after a wolf's pelt? Quite the coincidence. Come with me.
Okay, I thought he might have come up in, like, characters. Alright, let's follow Tehon.
Let's see. If your poacher was heading west, he probably plans to sell the fur at Quebec.
He butchered that animal just to line his pockets?
Most likely. Frenchmen pay good money for white pelts like that. Once sold, getting it back will be impossible.
No! If even worse happens to the wolf's remains, the spirit will...
Breathe, my gun. His tracks were fresh. He can't be that far. Give us a moment to finish up and we'll set off together. All right?
Wait. You want me to come with you?
Of course. We're heading west too. And traveling as a group is always safer. What do you say?
I mean, your friends tried to kill me.
I can't. I'm sorry.
I had a feeling you'd say that. Let's continue our talk in private. I won't try to change your mind. But there's something you should know about them. And it could save any lives.
Huh?
Je pars dire adieu à notre ami. Je reviens bientôt.
Tehon Wastasta. Tehon Wastasta is compassionate, wise, and good-humoured. He has an honest laugh, with a smile that feels as familiar to me as a lifelong friend's. And yet, something about him fills me with unease. I trust his intentions are good, that he does all this for Wendat's sake, just as he claims. But he wears the white man's clothes and speaks their tongue with such ease. He often feels more like a stranger than the outsiders themselves. Not just a person bridging a gap between cultures, but a person who has been irreparably transformed by the changes said bridging has wrought. I wonder if that's why his eyes always seem to hide such a quiet, lonely sadness. While fur traders were essential to Nouvelle France's economic growth, interpreters were perhaps even more important. These men, and sometimes women, were not merely translators. They also served as diplomats, ensuring favorable commerce and tenable peace between their respective nations, all while acting as guides, thanks to their extensive knowledge of the territory. One of the colony's best-known interpreters was Etienne Brulé, a French trader who spent the majority of his adult life among the Wendat people, eventually being welcomed into their confederacy as an official member. That said, the region's first interpreters were mainly indigenous and not necessarily by choice. Early French expeditions resulted in multiple abductions, with prisoners tasked to learn French and assist colonization efforts by means of translation. Others learnt the language as necessity to guarantee fair compensation during abusive trades or broker military protection agreements.
So, what's this something I need to know?
Got your attention, right? Let me ask you something. Why would you rather travel by yourself than be near their kind?
Those people, their actions make no sense. And that scares me.
Well, once you learn some French and get to know them a little...
I don't want to get to know them. What the poacher did to that wolf should never make sense. Not to anyone. And I'm afraid getting to know them could somehow make me think it does.
My name, Tehon Wastasta. It means he who stands tall. Always liked that name. Made me believe I could weather anything for my people's sake. But they just call me Tehon.
Do they have trouble pronouncing your full name?
That's part of the reason, probably. But see, the thing is, other Wendat call me Tehon too nowadays.
Your own... Why?
Because I preach my people's values while wearing a white man's skin. Some see that as a dangerous compromise.
Don't you work with these traders to help your people?
I do indeed, but things are a little more complicated than that. Us Wendat were once tens of thousands strong, thriving through alliances with other nations. We thought white men should be such allies to help us grow and fight back Haudenosaunee. But their greed caused plagues and famines, destroyed nations and families, brothers and sisters. The ones in black robes did even worse. That's why many Wendat loathe the fact that we still work with them. But we do it to survive.
I get it now. You're not submitting to them, you're adapting to them.
That's right. Guiding, translating, promoting commerce. It lets me keep avarice in check and fur trades fair, all while preserving Wendat values. Not a perfect solution, obviously, but it lets me stand tall for my people. And I'd rather struggle doing that than suffer doing nothing. It's easy to let fear get the better of us when it comes to them. But sometimes protecting our people means learning to understand, not learning to fight. Be sure to remember that once you find this poacher.
Do those feelings go away once you learn to understand them?
I'm not sure yet, but I don't think uncertainty should stop us from trying. That said, there is one exception. Some white men are beyond understanding.
What makes them so different?
They wear long black robes with cross-shaped pendants, and trusting them can be fatal.
Cross-shaped?
And I'm not sure they can be understood. Best keep away from anyone bearing that symbol.
You mean like this?
Where did you get that?
On the beach. I thought it might be the fur thieves.
You need to be very careful, my gun. The person you're pursuing may be more dangerous than you realize.
One week later, somewhere in the heart of Nouvelle France's wilderness.
I learned two things from traveling with Pierre. First is that he wasn't exactly a good man. Second is that it didn't take a good man to be a good teacher.
What's the holdup?
I found supper. See? Chanterelle. If only we had butter, we could...
Those ain't chanterelle. You see that glow? That means they're toxic. So don't eat them, unless you want to beg God to end the bloodiest runs of your life.
Oh, how did you learn that?
Personal experience. Anyway, come on. I think there's a good place to set up camp ahead.
I still can't believe those horrible things look identical to chanterelles. Back when I was very young and my parents were alive, food was scarce, but the woods next to the farm were teeming with mushrooms. When my mother and I went foraging, finding a batch of chanterelles felt more magical than a hoard of jewels. Nothing could compare to the flavor of those golden treasures, sautéed in rich butter and seasoned with forest herbs, sweet as fresh apricots, with a light, peppery aftertaste. Every single bite would melt in my mouth, not to mention put a beaming smile on my mother's tired face. That memory alone will always make chanterelles my favorite food. Also known as Omphalotus illidens, jack-o'-lantern mushrooms are vivid orange fungi that typically grow along tree bark, named for their bioluminescent properties. The mushroom's gills emit a dull green glow when exposed to darkness, and can do so for up to 60 hours after being picked. This is meant to attract nocturnal insects, who then disperse the spores across larger surface areas for more mushrooms to grow. Despite their resemblance to chanterelles, jack-o'-lanterns are not recommended for human consumption, as they contain toxins known to induce cramps, vomiting, bloody diarrhea, or worse. They are not inherently lethal. Complications of these side effects can sometimes lead to death. Ironically, medical researchers have determined these toxins to have considerable antibacterial properties, which could potentially be refined into alternative cancer treatments.
Why are all these trees rotting?
Yeah, this should do. What do you think, boy? You like this spot? Yeah, of course you do.
Okay. Wanted to have a look around, see if there was anything else, but okay, let's see.
What a day. How much longer till Quebec?
At this rate, a few more weeks, maybe a month.
I pray to Christ himself and God our Father, who loved us. By your grace, give us eternal encouragement and good hope. Strengthen
Why do you
our...
keep doing that?
Excuse me?
You know how to read, don't you? So why is it you never open that Bible?
Women aren't allowed to read this, remember?
I know, but look around. Closest pair of prying eyes is miles away. What's the harm in taking a peek if no one knows you did it?
God would know, Pierre. And unlike you, I know he watches over me.
He might be watching, but he sure as hell ain't looking out for you.
What's that supposed to mean?
That you've been praying every day, and you ain't got squat to show for it. So you may as well skim a page or two, trying to get his attention. Anyway, enough dawdling. We ain't done the day yet. I'll hack us some firewood. You get us birch branches for kindling. Should be some over there.
Again? I'm sick of kindling duty. Can't I chop firewood tonight?
No way in hell. I ain't never letting you near my axe after what happened last time.
I told you! My hand slipped!
Yeah. And my big toe damn near slipped off my foot. Just get the damn birch, Shan. Sooner you're done, sooner we eat.
Fine. Can't believe the way Pierre treats me sometimes. And what's with him trying to make me read the Bible? Sure, it's tempting, but... More of those toxic mushrooms. If they grow all over the place, I'll really need to be careful.
It definitely seems like it. Okay.
At least he wasn't wrong about the birch.
Birch grows in France too, but the ones growing around here seem different. Back home they have dense, droopy, leafy boughs, almost like weeping willows. Sometimes there's so much foliage you could barely tell the difference. Meanwhile, in the New World, birch are much bigger, much more abundant, and have sparse branches that point straight up, highlighting the white bark's jagged black patterns. And maybe it's my imagination, but I swear, some of those patterns look like eyes, as if every tree is stalking me, blinking when I look away. Is this what Pierre meant when he said the woods were breathing down his neck? While birch trees are found across Canada and have thin, peeling, papery bark which burns very easily, even when wet. However, until it reaches the point of combustion, the bark actually insulates heat and water surprisingly well. This, combined to its supple sturdiness, make it ideal for crafting. Many indigenous nations would sew strips of birch to build baskets, kettles, bags, wigwams, and canoes, hence why the tree is sometimes called canoe birch. Artists from the Anishinaabe and Algonquian nations even use the material as canvas for birch bark biting, an art where small incisions are made with their teeth to create elaborate, entrancing patterns. Furthermore, birch bark is a significant winter food source for the moose. When temperatures drop and birch are abundant, these gigantic herbivores will often be nearby.
My feet are killing me. I need a break. Might as well finish my prayer. I pray to Christ himself and God, our Father who loved us. By your grace, give us. It really is quiet out here. Maybe I can take one look, just to make sure he hears me. Fear thou not, for I am with thee. Be not dismayed, for I am thy God. I will strengthen thee. Yea, I will help thee. This is a sign. He really is watching over me. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. We better hurry. He'll throw a fit if he finishes before we do.
That's not a fun noise.
What are these? Almost looks like deer tracks, but do deer get this big? Not sure I want to find out.
Before leaving France, I was privy to countless rumors about the New World's elk, which travelers claimed were abundant beyond number and much bigger than those of Europe. These stories I could believe, but the ones about even bigger deer, called moose, They always felt like campfire tales about monsters that shouldn't exist, on par with flying dragons. How could there be animals twice the height of normal men, feared by even the fiercest gun-wielding hunters? How could they have antlers big as their bodies, shaped like hands with too many fingers, grasping forth like claws? Then I saw those cloven hoof prints, the ones that looked as though they were left by Satan himself, and I began believing every word of every story they'd ever told. Though breeds of moose were once native to Europe, they were hunted to extinction during the Middle Ages, and all were significantly smaller than their North American counterparts. Canadian moose can weigh almost 1 ton, can stand over 2 meters or 7 feet at the shoulder, and their enormous palm-like antlers, which only grow on males, can span just as wide. Despite being herbivores who subsist on bark and brush, moose are among the most aggressive mammals on the continent, known to attack humans more than bears or wolves combined. Normally, they are docile, but mating seasons render males incredibly temperamental, on top of doubling their muscle mass due to surging testosterone. A charging moose can plow through chest-high snow at over 35 miles per hour, kill a bear with a single kick, or even flip small cars by thrashing them with their antlers. Fittingly, native myths refer to them both as symbols of endurance and the descendants of a great monster. Their hard-to-hunt meat and hides were likewise highly treasured.
These should do the trick.
Hey, you done yet?
Almost! Come on, boy. Let's head back before he... I'm fine. I'll have to look for another way back.
Make it quick. Don't like the looks of this.
It's so cold all of a sudden. Hey! Wait up! Boy? Frozen solid. How is that even possible? Capitaine! Can you hear me? What in the world?
I swear, Doggo better be fine.
Oh God. Captain! Is that you? Pierre! Pierre!
Christ, there you are. The hell happened out there?
I don't know. All of a sudden there was this mist and...
Shit, they didn't follow me.
Follow? What do you mean?
You need to run. Fast and far as you can. Hide somewhere and wait. I'll find you.
But what about...
There's no time. Either jump or I push you. Now, woman!
Run! slide. They're not bad slides though.
Hey! Wait for me! Capitaine! Lord, I beg of you, you can't let me die. Oh no!
See, this is why I don't like slides. West of Nitisian, beyond Innu territory, 1 week after leaving Tahon Wastasta behind.
Perfect. This Bushinao will tell other Innu where I'm headed. Assuming other Innu actually come. Nothing quite like fresh-cut fur.
There's nothing quite so comforting as the smell of fresh-cut fur. Boil the sap or grind the cones and you can prepare medicine. Cut dense boughs to make carpeting, and you can stay warm when sleeping on tiled ground. The wood is fragrant, sturdy, yet supple, making it perfect for building shelters, platforms to honor animals, or pusanao. Great-grandfather taught me how to build these structures, to message other Innu about the state of our travels. Different angles and branch placements can signal where we are headed, the amount of supplies we have remaining, or the locations of safe campsites. I wonder how to build one that says I'm feeling homesick. With the name derived from the Latin word to rise, fir are among the tallest trees native to North America's boreal forests, capable of reaching heights over 80 meters. Unlike other conifers like pine and spruce, their needles are flat, and slightly hollow, making them particularly effective insulation against sub-zero temperatures. This, along with wood's versatility of uses in construction, made it a particular favorite among early Nouvelle France's loggers. Nowadays, fir trees are most commonly used as decorations to celebrate Christmas, a tradition that dates back to ancient Rome, where pagans would cut evergreen trees to celebrate the winter festival of Saturnalia.
When I was young, I thought survival meant making the most of everything nature provides. But traveling alone reminded me survival is more than just, well, surviving. It's about connection to culture, history, people, even life itself. And those connections are everywhere. The tracks of roaming caribou, who feed us in winter, clothe us all year round.
There is no animal more important to Innu life than caribou. We sew its hide into warm clothes or into coverings for our shelters. We shape its bones into needles, knife hilts, necklaces, and more. We turn its sun-dried tendons into strings, or use them to build snowshoes, and their rich, delicious, fatty meat is a staple of any good winter meal. During hunts, we use a sacred buckskin drum to give Innu courage and ask the caribou master to guide us towards prey. Great-grandfather says only those who see the drum in their dreams will be chosen to play it. Maybe one day when I return home, I'll receive that privilege. Also known as reindeer, these large, elaborately antlered cervets are perfectly suited to life in boreal and arctic climates thanks to their extraordinarily warm, insulating furs. Found across upper North America and Eurasia, they mainly feed on moss or lichen. due to their preferred climates lacking in abundant foliage. Caribou also thrive amidst massive migrating herds, which can number thousands upon thousands of members. The Taimyr herd in Siberia was once estimated to contain over 1 million individuals. Sadly, caribou are especially sensitive to environmental changes caused by global warming and industrial expansion. Many North American subspecies, including those indigenous to the Tadoussac region, are currently listed as endangered.
The familiar sight of a blooming yarrow great-grandfather uses to cure the ill.
You can find these gaudy wildflowers blooming even during early autumn. I treasure their vivid colours, but great-grandfather treasures their potential as medicine above all else. From whole leaf stew to treat coughs and toothaches, to roots mashed into poultices that slow bleeding, or even petal infusions to numb ear infections and stomach aches, there is little a bundle of yarrow cannot cure in the hands of an experienced medicine man. Every part of the plant is precious, and every part has a purpose. I can think of a few flowers that more fittingly represent the Innu philosophy of using everything nature provides. Innu aren't the only culture who treasure the yarrow's healing potential. This flower is one of the most prized medicinal plants in the entire world, and almost every native nation in North America has their own remedies that rely on the plant, ranging from teas to powders. It's hardly surprising that these flowers earned the name life medicine amongst Navajo healers. That said, determining the yarrow's indigenous origins remains a contentious debate amongst modern botanists. Some argue that the plant is native to northern Eurasia, while others claim its boreal and mountainous subspecies could be found in the province of Quebec long before colonists arrived. Even today, interpretations differ and research contradicts research, shrouding the flower's true nature in mystery.
The intoxicating sweetness of ikude flowers and the smell of tea brewed from its petals.
Nothing washes away fatigue quite like ikuta. We brew the leaves and petals to make medicine for coughs and colds. It can yield a sweet and unctuous beverage like pine sap, with a flavour that lingers long after drinking. Sometimes, we also use it in cooking to give caribou meat a richer, slightly spicy taste. But no matter how you enjoy it, its energizing aroma will soothe weary minds and wearier bodies. Innu women also make beautiful hollow dolls meant to be stuffed with tea leaves. This way, even children carry their share of belongings whenever our communities travel. They often cry when one needs to be cut open, but their smiles soon return after that first whiff of tea. Called ikuta by Innu, Labrador tea is named after the northern Canadian area it originates from, though some varieties also grow in Alaska, the Great Lakes, and parts of Greenland. Easily recognizable by its clusters of white flowers and its leathery evergreen leaves, the plant is well adapted to colder wintry conditions. This hardy nature, coupled with its myriad of medicinal properties and almost alcohol-like sweetness, make it particularly popular among native North American communities. Though, when consumed in excess, it is known to induce nausea, cramps, or even mild paralysis. Since it takes many years to grow in the wild, typically in low elevation wetlands or the upper reaches of Rocky Mountains, only a few leaves would be picked per plant at a time in order to avoid killing the shrub too soon. Nowadays, East Canadian Indigenous peoples, including Innu, also make skincare products using the plant, as it clears acne, repairs eczema damage, and promotes elasticity.
Those connections are what kept me going back then. Because no matter the distance, I knew Innu back home survived the same way. Still, connections alone couldn't keep solitude at bay. It hurt, having no one to speak to, no one to share stories or even laugh with. But that night, everything changed. There you are. These prints were at the shipwreck, left by that woman the poacher traveled with. If I find her, I'll find him. Blood. Still wet. And lots of it. Trail's crooked too, like someone staggered. Could have been a blow to the head. Wolves. Not good.
I'll make sure there's nothing I missed around here that I can look at.
What the... This is bad. She must be bleeding out. Or worse. Better hurry.
Yep, there's a lot of blood.
Just my luck.
The doggo better
I'll
be
need to
fine.
find some place to wait this out, with or without her. Fire. She's alive.
If she's alive, all of this blood though.
Who the...
Arrête! Putain d'Iroquois. Tu pensais m'avoir eu?
I'm not trying to hurt you, all right? Just calm
Hang
down
on.
and...
You're Inu.
You speak Inu Aimun?
Damn well gotta speak it to trade with you folks, don't I? Now, you better have a real good fucking reason for creeping up on me. Spit it!
I saw an accident. Up there by the brook. I was afraid someone got hurt.
Hell of a way to go in the dark just to track one stranger.
Well, you're not who I was hoping to find. But you do seem to need my help. And something tells me I'll be needing yours.
You got some real fucking nerve, kid. Lucky for you. That might not be a bad thing.
You lost a lot of blood. Let me take a look at it.
Back off. I was only hoping to see one person tonight. And it sure as shit wasn't you. So watch your goddamn step.
It was an insane situation. He could have been the man who ruined everything. Yet, I had to keep him alive, because this was my only lead to find that white pelt.
Now, what kind of help do you need? Food, furs, my fucking hat?
Before I found you, I was following someone. She has information I need.
She?
A girl. And if I don't find out what she knows, my people in the East could die. Do you know where to look for someone like that?
Let's say I could tell you something. What's in it for me?
I'll make sure those injuries won't kill you. They may be serious, but I've handled worse.
Oh, well, you sure know how to bargain with a man who's bleeding to death. But this sounds too good to be true.
Trust me, okay.
If you're still reluctant to trust me, I can offer this as a show of faith.
So, what's your name?
Maigan?
Well, I owe you an apology, Maigan. Because I damn near shot my own guardian angel.
Angel?
It's a good thing. Don't worry about it. Here's hoping you sew half as well as my last doctor.
I thought I already had card money, or maybe it's something new in card money.
It won't stop bleeding. I've got to keep moving.
I just want to know where my fucking doggo is. Where's the doggo?
Oh, come on, Jeanne. It's just pain. You can do this.
Where's my doggo?
I need a place to hide. Fast.
Okay, there's no going back up that way. Okay.
Our Father, who art in heaven, protect me from this evil, and guide me onto my home. Is someone there?
Where's my
Captain?
doggo? There you are, doggo. I was worried.
Oh no. Bones. Picked clean. Lord, I'm begging you. Don't let this happen to me. I read that Bible because I needed you. And I still need you. Wait, that's the river where I met Pierre, the Saint Laurent. That's it. Maybe I can follow it all the way west to Quebec, and then... Oh God!
Run.
Someone!
Run.
Help!
Run. Run! I don't want to get eaten by wolves. I don't want to get eaten by wolves. I don't want to get eaten by wolves.
Ah!
Wolf.
No, no, God, not like this!
Good. Doggo!
Boy! Go away!
Good,
Stay
Wolfie.
back!
Good, Wolfie. Good, Wolfie. Good doggo.
almost done.
I'm impressed. Wasn't expecting you to be a medicine man.
I'm not. But great-grandfather taught me well.
Great. Real comforting.
I didn't know what to think of Pierre at first. Even wounded, he felt dangerous. Like a sleeping wolverine I shouldn't wake. And yet, he cared about things I didn't know white men could care about.
What are you putting in there anyway?
You want to know how the remedy's made?
Sure. Once-in-a-lifetime chance to learn Inu healing, ain't it? Besides, best to know what's in there before I chug it.
All right. But I can't tell you everything without great-grandfather's permission.
No worries. Just share what you can.
This is a salve to help your wound mend. It's made of boiled sap and... How do you say "cabiboutabanit" in French?
Champignon.
Right. Sap and champignon to staunch the bleeding. This is smoked trout. For supper, not your injury.
Thank God. Was worried you'd melt fish bones into syrup or some shit.
I'll borrow some muskrat furs to make bandages, and...
Whoa, whoa. You can't take my merchandise. I need those to make a living.
You wanna die, dude?
Listen, Pierre. Muskrat hides have oils that draw out toxins and prevent infection. Last thing we need is for an injury we treat today to fill with pus tomorrow.
God damn it. Fine. For someone who ain't a medicine man. You sure put most doctors I know to shame.
Anishinaabe travelers once shared with us the story of Muskrat, savior of the world. Long ago, humans succumbed to hate, dishonoring all living things. The creator, heartbroken, flooded the world in grief, drowning most animals and all people but one. Nanaboso, the hero. Nanaboso told the animals he could rebuild the world with just a handful of dirt, but finding dirt meant diving to the bottom of the flood. Neither bear, turtle, loon, nor mink could swim far enough to reach it. But eventually Muskrat stepped forward. He was small and weak, yet vowed to never give up. He took the plunge, diving with all his might, never stopping even when his lungs gave out. Days later, Muskrat floated to the surface, dead. In his paw was a ball of dirt that could rebuild the land. Today, Anishinaabe revere Muskrat for his heroism, and he still builds muddy burrows shaped like that miraculous ball. Native to the wetlands of North America, muskrats are aquatic rodents known for digging large muddy burrows with underwater entrances. They are named after the pungent, sickly sweet odor their glands secrete to mark their wetland territories. Despite being much smaller and having longer, slender tails, muskrats are often mistaken for beavers. As a result, French colonists would hunt them for their pelts, hoping their glossy brown fur would fetch as high a price as the beavers. Native peoples, meanwhile, would hunt them for food, since their meat is fatty and nourishing, whereas the oils in their furs have many medical applications. They also revere the animal's resilience, as muskrats still thrive today in spite of pollution and urbanization.
All right. So what's that god-awful stuff?
Just igude tea mixed with bear grease. It stinks, but does wonders for fatigue.
Bear grease?
Of course. You hunt, don't you? You must have tried the lard at least once. Oh. Well, it's supposed to give you energy, assuming you can stomach it.
Any chance it tastes better than it smells?
I'd call the taste nostalgic. Us Innu always eat bear lard during caribou hunts, so it has a special place in my heart.
Nostalgic doesn't mean good, you know. Christ, this wound makes laughing hurt.
What even did that to you?
Couldn't tell. Too much fog. But it was real big and real painful. And taking that fall, going after Jeanne, didn't help the painful part.
Jeanne? Is she the woman I asked about?
Yeah. We were traveling together till that thing showed up.
I want to say that because
you called her partner. Does that mean Jeanne's your wife?
Her? Nuh-uh, not my type. Not by a long shot. I just found her hanging around some shipwreck back by the river. Should have seen her. Skin and bones, soaking wet, shaking like a leaf. Girl looked done for. But she's got moxie like men twice her size. If I'm still kicking, she must be too.
Wait. If you were at that shipwreck and heading west, then... Were you near Tudiskak?
Not where you're from. I was trying to set up business with locals there.
Did you see anything unusual? A dead man with frostbite, perhaps?
Frostbite? In this weather? Sorry. Trade companies picked those woods clean. I barely found anything. Never mind that.
I see. Good to know you're not responsible, then.
Whoa. Responsible for what?
I'm gonna...
I'm hunting a wolf.
That's why you're here? Ain't there shitloads of wolves in Totoskak?
The one I'm after is long dead. Someone defiled its corpse, left it to rot and suffer. That may not sound like much to you, but it could spell disaster for Innu.
Christ. How do you stop that?
I find the wolf's hide, lay it to rest properly before winter comes. But white wolves are rare enough. Tracking a single pelt is...
Hold up. White? Mon bleu. Jeanne. She has one. Freshly skinned, pale as snow. And she's taking it west. Call that a coincidence if you want, but...
That's it! I just need to find her!
You... and me both. So what do you say to teaming up? Help me find her. I help you find that fur.
Because
honestly,
both of them seem to trust each other right now, so we're gonna keep, like...
I look forward to traveling with you.
Right back at you, partner.
as we start healing you. Show me that wound. Frozen over. Like he was mauled by cold.
Jesus, kid. You okay? Is it that bad?
No. It's just... it looks familiar.
Episode 4. Two weeks later, somewhere in the heart of Nouvelle France's wilderness.
After fighting back a pack of wolves and spending half a month trying to reach Quebec alone, I thought the worst was finally behind us. But the worst was just beginning. Come on, let's find food before it gets dark.
Okay, let's have a...
Even colder than last night. If this keeps up, foraging alone won't cut it. Boy, what's wrong? Oh, you're not running. That's right. I'm not going to hurt you. Good girl.
Captain!
Proud of yourself?
You're lucky I can't stay mad at you.
At least they left us fruit.
I wanted to pet them.
Getting sick of nuts and berries, though.
Strange to think there are deer here just like in Europe, and it's even stranger to see people hunt them without a care in the world. Back in France, killing a deer, particularly stags with large antlers, is considered a noble privilege. Only kings and princes are given the right to hunt them during elaborate ceremonial events, and even then, they can only do so upon their own domains. A peasant could be executed for trying to do the same. Still, that didn't stop my father from catching one in a trap when I was just a little girl. My family may have been destitute, but that week, all of us ate venison fit for King Louis himself. White-tailed deer, also known as Virginia deer, distinguish themselves from European counterparts due to their namesake, hindquarters. When raised and fluffed in an alarm posture, their pale tufts signal predators or fellow deer that danger has been spotted. The species was almost hunted to extinction in the late 1800s, but nowadays their population exceeds pre-colonial numbers due to urbanization increasingly encroaching upon their major predators' territories. Their native range has been observed extending from northern Canada all the way to Peru. In native cultures, white-tailed deer were prized for their meat and hides alongside other cervids like wapiti. They were also commonly featured throughout myths. One notable tale speaks of the Deer Lady, a shape-shifting creature associated with fertility and love. She lures abusive, dishonest men into their deaths and acts as an omen of personal growth for kinder-hearted folk. The first time I saw these fruits, I thought they were the same red currants I could find growing in the woods near my convent, but not quite. These ones tend to be a bit plumper, taste a little sweeter, a lot more bitter, and even have pits like nectarines. It's a good thing Pierre taught me how to properly identify them. Apparently, there are other red berries out here that look almost identical. And those berries are poisonous, of course. That sums up the New World quite well, actually. It's familiar in some ways, alien in others, and if you don't keep an eye out, those differences can kill you. While red currants were introduced to North America following European colonization efforts, this similar-looking fruit is wholly native to the continent. They were considered so important to indigenous cultures that many nations referred to them strictly as berries. Growing in dangling clusters on bushes that range from 1 to 18 meters tall, choke cherries thrive in rocky climes with low temperatures as their seeds require cold stratification to germinate. As a result, Innu in particular had many uses for those red fruits, which grew in abundance on their territory. The berries could be crushed and smoked to produce paint, mashed into bear lard to numb the pain of teething infants, or stewed to create food preserves. They were also used to make medical remedies, which included teas and poultices to treat stomach illnesses, cold, or severe burns.
Wait. Is that a campfire? Maybe they can help us. Just like Pierre did.
Indio? Yawi no? Easy. I'm not trying to hurt you. My name is Tehon Wastasta. I come in peace.
Wait. You speak... But you're not...
A Frenchman? Nah, afraid not. Though people say I have the accent for it. Is something wrong?
No, I'm fine. I just... You're kind of the first Indian I've ever seen.
Well, sorry to disappoint, but I'm Wenda, not Indian.
Oh. Right. Sorry?
It's all right. Besides, you surprised me, too. Hadn't expected the first white lady I meet to live in the middle of the woods.
I'm Jeanne, by the way. And this is Capitaine.
A pleasure to meet you. Though, I must admit, it's a confusing place to meet. I heard French women never leave Quebec's settlements. And that's days from here.
Well, you see... I'm not exactly from here.
Are any white folk from here?
No, I mean, I didn't live in the colonies. I came from France. But there was an accident. I got stranded and... I could really use a hand reaching Quebec. I know it's a lot to ask, especially coming from a stranger, but please, if there's any way you can...
I'm sorry, but I cannot accompany you. I'm needed elsewhere, and soon. However, the Frenchmen I work with, they're headed for a trading post nearby. If you're willing to work, I could ask them to provide food and shelter to last the winter.
You're serious? I don't know how I could ever repay you.
No need to. Besides, I can't promise they'll agree. But at the very least, I'll get you a warm meal and a fire for the night.
Thanks, Tehonasa. I really do appreciate it.
You're welcome. But it's Tehon Wastasta.
Tehoa? Wait, no. Teosata.
Just call me Tehon. By the way, how did you get so lost in the first place?
I was traveling with someone. A fur trader named Pierre.
Just one? I didn't think fur traders were allowed to work alone.
I mean, he was alone when I met him.
Strange. And where is this man now?
No idea. Something attacked us and we got separated. I just hope he didn't die trying to save me.
I see. Is he the one who gave you that wolf skin?
It was supposed to be alone. Why do you ask?
Oh, it, just reminded me of something a friend told me.
Quit saying stupid shit. He was Inu, not Lucifer.
And Dio, sorry for the wait.
Finally! Where were you?
Hello?
A woman? More like a fucking beauty.
These men probably
These two
haven't seen
needed
a
help.
woman in a very
I
long
offered to take
time.
him with us to the post.
Since when do you get to make that kind of decision?
I couldn't just leave them there.
You're not in charge of this crew. I am. And I say we have no room for dead weight.
Wait. Please. I won't slow you down, I swear.
Yeah. Don't be harsh, Albert. I mean, just look at her. She's a real...
Easy now. Let's stay calm. They've had a hard road to Quebec. Let's not make it harder.
Wait, Quebec? By themselves?
Indeed. Jeanne used to have a partner, but he met a grim fate.
Partner? Like her husband?
Oh, just a traveling companion. A fur trader who worked alone. His name is... or was Pierre.
I didn't know they could operate by themselves, but...
They can't. It's illegal.
Yeah. Saint Associé Company says lone woodrunners should be considered outlaws.
What are you saying?
Either the girl's been working with a fucking thief, or she pulled a fast one on you so she could get to us.
Is this true? You lied?
No. Listen. I'm not a thief. And Pierre never said anything about this. I swear.
You think we're gonna believe another word of your bullshit?
Can I go back into
Next
the walls
words
and
out of
choose a
your
bear?
mouth better be the goddamn truth.
Yeah. How'd you really get your hands on that pelt?
And why's a harlot like you got a damn Bible?
Well, well. Wait till the boss hears about this.
No. You mustn't get the Jesuit involved.
Jesuit? A church missionary runs the trading post?
That's right. And he decides what happens to heathens like you. Get rope. I don't want her running off.
Albert, please, you can't.
Hey, learn your place or I'll remind you of it, Wendat.
I choose the
I
bear.
always believed honesty was a virtue. But that day... Fine, take me to him. I've been trying to tell you I'm supposed to meet your leader.
The hell'd you say?
My name is Sister Jeanne Angelier, servant of the Jesuit order.
What?
Just like your employer, I came to save natives by converting them to God's faith. What do you think he'll say if he learns you spurned a woman of the cloth?
Wait, Tehan, is she telling the truth?
I haven't,
I don't care what he has to say. I want proof.
Yeah. You know sermons from the good book? Church medicine? Anything?
Fear thou not, for I am with thee. Be not dismayed, for I am thy God. I will strengthen thee. Yea, I will help thee. Isaiah 41:10. If you want to check for yourself. Not that I expect any of you to know how to read.
You little fine. You can come. But what happens after we reach the post is your problem. And you better pray to God I don't find out you were lying. Get her food. I don't want her hungry ass slowing us down.
Albert! You can't be serious. She's...
I said do it, you fucking inbreds!
Funny, isn't it? I lied because I was afraid of death. Of being alone. Yet, both those fears came true in the end.
Okay, so we've got some historical facts now. Courtiers des Bois, known as woodrunners in English, were itinerant fur traders who ventured into uncharted North American territories, bartering with indigenous nations which had no established partnerships with official fur trade companies. These men travelled vast distances, either alone or in small groups, for the sake of profitable commerce, spending months at a time living in native communities, learning languages and customs. Some even married women to form alliances, with their wives acting as guides or mediators. Others rejected colonial life entirely and fully integrated indigenous societies. Either way, this controversial tendency towards Indianization infuriated Nouvelle France Jesuit missionaries and colonial authorities, who viewed these independents as disruptive to trade company profits. As a result, Courtiers des Bois were deemed outlaws, and increasingly stringent fur trading licensing was enforced, leading to the profession's slow, inevitable death. How can people like this willingly work for a man of God? The men in France who tell stories about cheerful, fun-loving fur traders must have been lying through their teeth. Tehon's business partners are terrifying. They keep leering at me like they've never seen a woman before, and mutter the foulest curses I've ever heard under their rancid breaths. But that's just Christophe and Bernard. Albert is somewhat worse. He keeps stealing glances at Capitaine, snarling as he toys with a carving knife, like the one thing he wants most in this world is a dog's tricolored fur carpeting his fireplace. I miss Pierre. You better not touch my doggo. Fur traders licensed to legally work for official French companies were referred to as voyageurs, meaning travellers, and were tasked with transporting vast quantities of goods between trading posts, either on foot or by canoe. Much like coureurs des bois, voyageurs became French-Canadian folk icons. Songs, stories, and artwork often depict them as freedom-loving, fearless adventurers wandering the wilderness as friends. French trade companies at the time spread similar rumours of celebrity and wealth, hoping to recruit as many able-bodied migrants as possible. In reality, however, voyageurs earned meagre livings for exhausting life-threatening labour. Workers often drowned in river rapids, died traversing hostile indigenous territory, or suffered strain-induced hernias after carrying heavy burdens for days on end. Worse yet, survivors almost never afforded the luxury of retirement, meaning they almost all died on the job sooner rather than later. Alright, 2 weeks after encountering Pierre in the cave.
My favorite season used to be when leaves change colors. A time when Innu set off on family journeys to hunt caribou and endure winter. But that day, those colors reminded me how far from home I really was. And that time was running out. Loons? Migrating already? Another warning from the winter spirit, I guess. Not like I need more after Pierre's wound. Can it really be that simple, though? Can I really just blame him for this? Or...
Long ago, there was a terrible winter. Wolverine, the trickster, was starving until he found countless birds huddling for warmth. Wolverine begged them for help, claiming to know a drum dance to bring back summer, and the birds agreed to perform it. Wolverine built a tent, banged drums, and sang while they danced with eyes closed. Then, one by one, Wolverine snuck behind them, broke their necks, and tossed them aside, using music to muffle their deaths. For his true goal was an easy hunt, and a feast of fatty fowl. But soon, Loon noticed she no longer bumped into her friends while dancing, so she risked a peek, saw their corpses, wailed for the surviving birds to fly away, and all but Loon escaped. Enraged, Wolverine attacked. He broke her legs, tore her tail, stabbed her eyes until they turned red as punishment for ruining his plans. In the end, Loon saved everyone, but was scarred for life. Will trying to save the Innu scar me the same way? Common loons may resemble geese, but their ornate black-white plumage and scarlet eyes give them a truly distinctive appearance. Their larger webbed feet and shark beaks in particular make them adept divers, specialized in spearfishing small crustaceans. That said, loons are best known for their eerie, high-pitched wailing calls, used to signal danger or establish territory. Many native peoples, like the Maliset, believed these songs were meant to inform or mourn spirits of fallen heroes from the land of the living. Notably, loons also struggle to fly compared to other birds. Their heavy bodies, bow-legged hips, squat tail feathers, and proportionally small wingspans mean they need long-running starts to take off from the water, sometimes requiring over 100 yards of sprinting and flapping to achieve proper liftoff. I may call Totusak home, but the Innu nation as a whole covers a much vaster area, ranging from the distant north to the edges of Quebec, where the Wendat once dwelled. We call this territory Nitasian, our land. That is why, even though I am far from home, this place still seems familiar. In the brush, I see broken twigs or missing berries, picked by people gathering supplies for medicine men. In the water, I find long poles, planted upright in the riverbeds, left behind by travellers navigating waterways. As for the forest and their animals, they just feel the same. I don't know quite how to explain it, other than the sights are not familiar, even though the connections I share with them is. The only thing that's missing are the people I call family. Pre-colonial Innu territory covered all of Labrador, most of the western Quebec province, and ran all along the St. Laurent River's northern banks, ending at the edge of modern-day Quebec City. This vast expanse, filled with dense coniferous forests, diverse wildlife, and countless winding streams, gave Innu ample resources to survive and placed them in close proximity to trusted trade partners. These included Inuit to the north, Cree and Wendat to the west, as well as Atikamekw and Ojibwe to the south, not to mention the French. The Innu people are often categorized under two distinct geographic groups. The Montagnais, living closer to the St. Lawrence River, and the Naskapi, living in the taiga-like areas of uppermost Quebec. These groups not only had variations in cultural practices, stories, and survival strategies, but also wholly distinct dialects. A Montagnais to the southwest might use the same word to describe an animal as the Scarpi to the north or east, but the pronunciations could vary considerably. I guess we're going to stand up.
What took you so long?
You have any idea how hard it is to take a piss right now? Ah, I was trying to empty my bladder, not my whole goddamn chest cavity.
Careful, Pierre. I didn't replace all those bandages just to see you die from a bad joke.
My jokes are great. Bourgeois. Anyway, come on. Let's hit the road.
Okay, so we're going to lead Pierre across the lake. Okay.
Sure you want to lead the way? Thought you said you'd never been this far west.
I haven't, but I know exactly where we're going. The river where you saw Jeanne's tracks is just across this hill. Our best bet to find her trail is to start there. All we need is a way across that won't strain your wound.
Well, I won't argue with an Innu when it comes to tracking. But if somehow you get us lost, you ain't ever hearing the end of it.
Sounds about right. Okay.
Terrain's getting rugged. I'd kill for one of those flying canoes right now.
Flying? Excuse me?
What, you never heard that story? Right, so... There's these three friends, yeah? They love hunting. Love it so much, they even skip Sunday Mass to shoot deer.
What's Mass?
Just some scam you ain't supposed to skip. Point is, one day, an old man shows up. Offers these guys a deal. Says if they hunt for him, he'll give them a boat to sail the skies. And the hunters, obviously, they're stoked. They agree to get a flying canoe.
This elder sounds a bit suspicious.
Getting to that part. Relax. Anyway, these hunters use the flying canoe to hunt more than ever. From dusk till dawn for days on end, they kill and kill and kill. But when they finally try to land, the canoe won't let them. Turns out the old man was the devil, cursing them for skipping mass. So they end up damned to hunt for all eternity, roaming the skies in a flying canoe.
I don't think I understand. What's a devil?
He's, an evil spirit, basically. Worst of the worst.
Still doesn't explain why it lashed out like that.
Hey, I said they skipped mass. They had it coming. Whole point of the story is about staying close to God and going to church.
I don't think you're very good at telling stories, Pierre.
Oh, piss off.
The strangest part of Pierre's story is that it almost sounds familiar. We've had Algonquian and Wendat visitors in Totoskat who told stories about canoes that sail the sky, but nothing quite like this. Their tale spoke of two children who made a bargain with an isolated elder. They learnt to make flying canoes from him, then returned home to their families with a medicine that could bring the dead back to life. A far cry from this devil Pierre kept calling evil. No matter how similar our stories are, I suppose our peoples will always choose to tell them in very different ways. Despite being one of Quebec's most beloved and well-known folk tales, the legend of the chasse-galerie has a convoluted origin. In the beginning, it was a story told in rural France about a noble who committed sacrilege during a hunt, which damned him to roam the skies with other lost souls. Later, as colonists traded stories with native people, traders began borrowing recurring motifs found across indigenous myths, most notably the creation of flying canoes. This, together with shifting values and growing distaste for institutionalized religion, likely led to the story's modern iteration, where a group of lumberjacks make a deal with the devil to fly home in a canoe, in order to celebrate New Year's Eve alongside their lovers. What was that, dear husband of mine? Might I trouble? I was like, might I trouble you for more food? Sorry,
So,
for more drink
what
for you
about
to
you,
heat my food up.
You think you can tell a better story?
Of course. Let's see. A long, long time ago, there was a talking lynx who married Innu women.
Huh. You mean one of them wildcats? And you say my story made no sense.
Like I said, this was a long time ago, back when all creatures lived as perfect equals. Now, this lynx was a hunter, but on days without prey, he ate his brides instead. No hunter could seem to catch him, So he wed and fed on countless Inu women.
Christ.
One day, a strange woman came forth to end this tragedy. "If none of you can kill him," she said, "then I will, for he cannot eat me." So she left her people behind, found the lynx, and married him.
What, just like that? Ain't we skipping a few steps?
You prefer I describe their first night as husband and wife? Now, one cold winter evening, hunting had been poor. Lynx was very hungry. He came home hoping to devour his wife, but she was nowhere to be found. There was only a roaring fire in the middle of their tent, so big it singed the walls. Lynx was at a loss. It was too cold to search for her, and he was too hungry to hunt. So, he sat by the fire, thinking, until the fire began to cook him.
Hang on. What?
Lynx thought he smelled delicious, so delicious, in fact. He wondered how he tasted. He cut off a piece of his leg, roasted on the fire, gave it a bite, and he was amazed. He was the tastiest thing he ever tried. So Lynx kept eating over and over until he tried roasting his own heart and died. Sure enough, his wife had tricked him and saved all Inu women.
You, enjoy that story?
Of course, it was my favorite when I was little. Did you not like it?
No, it was great. It's just, you know... think I understand why we don't have the same sense of humor. Oh, Christ.
What's wrong?
Thing scared the living shit out of me. See? Thought it was the thing that attacked me again.
You shouldn't be afraid, Pierre. This is a sign the forest is treated with respect. Inu do this to animals we hunt, to honor their deaths and give their spirits peace.
Yeah? Well, it sure as shit didn't give my spirit peace.
What I'm actually going to do is, before something big happens and that there isn't like a calm spot to kind of pause things, I'm going to take a break. I shall be back, guys.
Oh, what the fuck? Are you body camming?
I am, darling. Do you not? There's a little camera following me. Yes.
Oh my god! Please save that. I'm magically flying through air. I might, and yeah, it's not looking too good. I'll see you guys at the starting line.
We land there.
They are lacking. They are severely lacking.
Oh,
Oh, that was the stuff.
What? What's wrong?
Do that.
Give me. I missed the pointy hat.
When I'm done. You always were too rough with your fingering.
Well, that's the first complaint I've heard about it.
There he is, looking more handsome than ever.
I'm nearly choked out.
You're robbing me blind.
Oh, shut up and go deafen the masses
on
with
my
your
gag
wailing.
just there.
Thanks for the help.
Because
here's your drachmi.
I drink
some
a
time
drink
to
and
put
then
a
I'm
high
all
cost
like,
through spaces.
and
I
then
might
goes,
need
yeah,
some
something
help
about
after
rough
though,
fingering,
so
and I've never
swing
had
by
a
my
complaint
tent when you have
before.
Sure, if I'm in the area.
So all you gotta do is put that. So pretend that this pole here is a motherfucker you're about to kidnap. Okay? Point the gun at him and you tell him what's up. No, don't shoot him! Fuck the motherfucker. Big door. Here he goes now.
And if anybody needs some weed, I've got plenty in my house for us to smoke at the bank. Eat my ass, goblin.
What? I'm not sure where the comma was in that sentence.
What?
Are you asking me to eat your ass, goblin? Or are you saying eat my ass, goblin?
I said eat my axe, goblin. Because I'm
Oh,
whacking
act! No, you definitely didn't say act.
it. I'm just a kitty on a boat. Just a kitty on a boat. I swear, there is a duck. I keep hearing quacking.
Sandy, I think you're losing it. You're just going mental, and I find it funny.
Oh! Grandma! Oh, it's a zombie! I don't think anyone saw me go in here. Yeah, that was unfortunate. I thought I got away. Like, given all of my external limbs are black and glowy, or contain black glowy horns, like, I'm pretty sure his penis right now is either black and glowy or replaced with a horn. So yeah. I shot him in the dick! Like, it's a good Secret Santa gift as well. Can you imagine doing a Secret Santa and just opening up your gift, and then all you see is unicorn cocks? Okay. Oh, ow, 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 that's gross. Okay, ow, yuck, yuck. Okay. Okay. Oh fuck! That was the bot.
What?
That was the bot. That was the bot. That was
Time to take it.
Sorry.
I
Yes,
got
I
here
am.
in time.
No, you're not. Option with this is.
Fuck you. No! Ah! Out of the car! Out of the car! On the bike! On the bike! On the bike! Ah! They can shoot me from the bike! Whoa! Fuck! 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 Fuck!
By the power vested in me by the state of California, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Nick, you may now kiss your bride.
This is
Agreed. Oh, that was actually someone's pet. Stop calling me creepy. Do not make me stab you. Pew, 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 pew. Where'd you go, you fuck? Cowering in the corner like the little bitch you are.
I've got a lovely bunch of cannibals, diddly dee. Here they are, burning on the fire. Big ones, small ones.
I mean, the guy wanted to die with dignity. Not with his underpants showing for the entire world. Ah! Okay, so I jump and and they grab me. Okay. You were supposed to grab my hand. Just don't draw too much attention to yourself, and we shall be fine.
Why, hello, person. I'm feeling very good today, and not dead from thirst. How?
You've met Lionel. How are you, Lionel?
Not dead of thirst. Ha ha ha.
Tell me about it. How is your family?
Well, they.
That is a great story, Lionel. Friend, I believe he has an engine capacitor stashed somewhere nearby. It's yours.
See, like, I can barely play this not on Chaos Mod.
Oh,
And we're back. Thank you for the lurk, Alan. Okay. Okay.
I'll be damned. You really did know where you were going.
Wait. Look at that.
At what?
There. Skid marks on the slope. Footprints at the bottom.
Holy hell. Must be hers.
Maybe. But something doesn't seem right. Why risk another fall like that?
Could have been chasing something. Look at this. See here? Dog tracks. A few days old. Pretty sure they were left by Jeanne's dog. Mutt must have gotten spooked, so she went after him.
I don't think that's true. That
These-
print's almost bigger than my hand. And those claws.
Shit. Wolf?
Seems like it.
You think it was hunting her?
Only one way to find out. Whoa.
Huh. Guess we found the wolf's den.
Older than the last tracks. But there's a lot more.
Jesus. Must be damn near a dozen of the things.
Can't be. Most of these prints match. Shouldn't be more than 5.
5 sounds like plenty to me. You don't think these belong to her, right?
No. Bones are too small. Weeks old, too.
Weeks? Christ, no wonder they went for Jeanne. Mutts must have been starving.
Prints are deep, spaced apart, like they were sprinting. Chasing prey.
Can't make that jump with my wound still tender. Trail them without me. I'll find another way down, meet you ahead.
All right. Keep your guard up. The wolves could be nearby.
Don't worry. I'll be real ready for them.
Okay, I wanted to have
What's all this? Just like back home. Is this Jeanne's doing? Does this mean she's close? Still fresh. Just a little further. Just a little further and I can...
Wolf. Wolf. Good, Wolfie. Good, Wolfie.
Easy.
Good, Wolfie.
Easy. I know you're scared. But I'm not trying to hurt you, okay?
Good, Wolfie.
Okay. I'm going to leave now. Nice and...
Lycan! Hold on! Say your prayers, Shinsa.
Wait! It's not violent, just hurt. And afraid we'll hurt it more.
Fine. What's the plan?
Don't break eye contact, and...
Shit. What now?
Maybe we can...
I need more than a fucking maybe. God damn it.
Stop! You'll make the spirit...
My gun! Get down! No!
Surprised you didn't go straight to bed.
I tried, but I have trouble closing my eyes around them.
Which is why we choose the
Albert will be
bear.
angry if you're too tired to keep up tomorrow.
You think he needs my help getting angry? Listen, Tehan. I wanted to apologize. Lying to save my life was one thing, but I didn't have to make you part of it. Especially after you took a big risk helping me. I'm sorry.
I don't resent you, Jeanne. Those three were out of line long before you were. And they would never try apologizing like this, either. But pretending to be a nun isn't the issue. That is.
My Bible.
The men of God I've met all carry that same book. And if owning one makes you anything like them, helping you was a mistake.
What? Tehan, priests dedicate their lives to saving people. How is it a bad thing for me to serve God's will like them?
God's will, huh? What is that exactly? What does this spirit you all worship stand for?
Well, for me, God is. God is a beacon who welcomes the virtuous in times of need. He provides shelter against evil, and paradise after death to all who worship him.
A benevolent spirit, then.
That's right. All those Jesuits you hate, they only want God to protect you.
Protect us? The only thing Wendat need protection from are people like them.
What do you mean by that?
These men of God are not what you think they are. And you need to know why.
I can. I can. Hey! The hell you doing? We gotta move.
You go on without me. I'll catch up once I've taken care of the body.
Are you out of your... Kid, we have no damn clue how far Zan got, or if she's alive. And the longer we wait, the worse our odds of finding her get.
I don't care. I'm not going to sit here and let the life you ended amount to nothing more than rot.
Jesus Christ. Lycan, you're not being realistic.
Realistic? What? Do you want me to just leave it like this to fatten maggots?
That's exactly what I want.
How can you say that? This is a living being.
It's a fucking animal, and it's fucking dead. Look, I killed that thing to save your life. Now, you can use that life to come with me, find Jeanne, and get your pelt back. Or, you can waste it here, coddling a corpse.
A waste of life? That's what you call this? What if that were me, Pierre?
Beg pardon?
You heard me. What if you missed the wolf and killed me instead? Would you bother digging me a grave? Or would that be a waste too?
That's not the same.
No? Then let's swap roles. What if I shot you? Would you prefer I just leave you there, or treat you with respect? If you can't answer, you have no right to judge what I'm doing. Because I'm not wasting anyone's life. I'm giving meaning to it. And I was hoping you, of all people, would understand that.
How much wood do we need?
He's learning. That's good.
Jesuits came to our land bearing messages of peace. We welcomed them at first, shared our languages and customs, brokered alliances. But peace was never their goal. They only sought to convert my people to Christian faith, no matter what the cost. Granted, some Wendat embraced God by choice. Others chose to preserve traditions. Yet all of us paid the price. Jesuits sowed malcontent among our ranks, fostering division. They fought to replace our leaders, hoping to control our very lives. When that failed, they spread plagues we had no cures for. And disease does not discriminate based on belief. We buried thousands because of them, Jeanne. Thousands.
Back home, I heard stories about church missions meant to convert natives. But... God... no one said anything about this.
If you'd never met me, maybe no one ever would have. In the end, Haudenosaunee raiders scattered the Jesuits. Then, despite death, despite division, the Wendat stood tall. We rebuilt what could be salvaged, found new ways to move forward. But now, more than ever, We need to make peace with the past. Learn to coexist. To do that, both our peoples must foster fair trade and understanding. Augustin, the priest who runs the trading post, agrees. And I want to believe he's better than the others. That together, we can heal from all this loss and pain. But every time I see his cross, or his book, or his condescending smile, I remember they took more from us than anyone will ever realize. And that's...
That's beautiful, Myken.
One thing white men can't seem to understand is this land does not belong to anyone. Okay. So we're... Okay. Innu culture is based upon the respect of all lives, especially those of animals they rely on for survival. To honor the sacrifice of prey, hunters build platforms of pine or fir to keep slain carcasses off the ground during the skinning and butchering process. Allowing bare meat to touch dirt during either step was considered a grave offense. Furthermore, the platform's fragrant wood could keep carrion from decaying too quickly and help draw scavengers to the remains, ensuring parts of the carcass Innu did not use wouldn't go to waste. Lastly, skulls and antlers were hung on trees to give the animal a pleasant view of the land in its afterlife. To let a corpse fester was seen as torture for the spirit still trapped within the decomposing body. It's still...
Don't go falling behind, girlie.
I won't.
Are you ill? You didn't sleep much after our talk last night.
Just cold. And looking forward to a real bed.
Good thing we're close then.
Wow.
Sight for sore eyes, huh?
Albert, why was this area clean cut? Augustin promised to leave trees for Wendat.
Beats me. Must have been short on firewood.
But why take the ones we need for shelters? He could have just...
Hey, don't ask me. Ask him. He's the one out there dealing with the natives.
They're still here?
Tehan? What's wrong? Who's here?
The Wendat. Come to hunt and trade. But something must have happened. They were supposed to be gone by now. I hope Augustin has nothing to do with it.
I thought you said he was different from the others.
I did. But that doesn't mean I'm sure. I should go on ahead. Make sure everything's all right. Meet you at the gates.
Okay. So we want to go, like, down this way then.
Arrows. Are these from the raiders Tehan mentioned? God, please let those walls be safe. It was one thing to hear about strongholds scattered amid the New World's wilderness. It was another to actually see a house of God standing at the heart of it. The people who built that trading post didn't survive nature. They conquered it. What did it take to build something like this?
After spending weeks cowering in the woods, Father Augustine's trading post looked like something out of a dream. I knew French colonists had built settlements like this all across the New World, but seeing one with my own eyes made me realize the dedication it took to make those settlements a reality. These men felled trees, weathered harsh weather and harsher wilderness, hunted beasts, bartered with hospitable natives, and warred with hostile ones for months, until they turned nothing into this: a shelter, a source of wealth, maybe even a home for some. I may not have liked these traders, but I couldn't help admire what their combined wills had accomplished. In Nouvelle France, trading posts were small fortified camps established by fur trade companies in key locations to facilitate licensed commerce between colonists and indigenous peoples. French traders would return to them after expeditions with furs acquired through trade in tow, using the area as a stockpile before exporting them to France. Natives, meanwhile, would visit the posts in groups to acquire rare goods, like firearms. That said, trading posts often varied in size or purpose. Some served as rudimentary living quarters for traders between journeys, whereas others were bases of operations for Jesuit conversion missions. Some even expanded to offer services like blacksmithing and barrel making to attract diverse clienteles. Many trading posts eventually formed into colonial villages or cities, such as those in Quebec, Tadoussac, and Trois-Rivières, which still exist today. It's still telling me. Oh. There's some. Oh.
That is not what was promised. What do you expect them to do now?
Tehan, please. If all your kinsmen seek is shelter, God will always welcome those in need. Perhaps we can discuss the matter after I consult my associates.
Quattatio.
Father de Lyon.
Gentlemen, I see the Lord did not bless you with fruitful hunts. Yet I see he graces us with a guest. My, such a precious lamb, led astray from her flock. What is your name, child?
I'm Jeanne Angelier. It's an honor, dearest Reverend.
Oh, please, none of that. Father Augustin is formality enough for me. Where did you find this girl?
She found us. Came here hoping for a place to stay.
Yeah, was traveling with a trader before meeting us, apparently.
And she claims she's a nun, carries a Bible and everything. She even read from it, sir.
Is that so? Miss Angelier, is it true you laid eyes on our Lord's words despite lacking the right? Answer me.
I admit it. I did read his holy book. But without the faith his words gave me, I'd not be standing here today. Those prayers gave me strength to reach this place, so I may serve him.
A soul who sins out of pure love for Christ. You remind me of myself, Miss Angelier. Very well. I'm willing to overlook this misstep if you abide to my terms. First, you must never lay eyes on the Bible's pages again, under punishment of exile. Secondly, you must assist those most in need. Agree to do my bidding, to help foster peaceful relations with these unlucky Wendat, and I will gladly provide you room and board.
Promise not to repeat the mistakes of past Jesuits, and I'll agree.
You have my word. Do not let your men lay a finger on this girl. She is to serve Christ alongside me.
Sir, with all due respect, that harlot's a...
Slap him.
Albert, did I request your opinion or obedience? Tehan, show Miss Angelier to her quarters. I want her well rested for tomorrow.
Fine. But if you take advantage of this woman, or use her to take advantage of us...
Oh, please, I've told you time and time again. I have no such mercurial intentions. My hand to God, she and I shall only work for the good of your kin.
Come with me.
Okay.
Tell me the truth. What did you agree to?
It's fine. He just wants me to work for him.
I was afraid of that.
Father Augustine feels like a saint plucked from the pages of my Bible. He is fiercely, fearlessly devoted to the Lord, but has palpable, boundless kindness too. No wonder the nuns at my convent called Jesuits the soldiers of God. Jesuits serve the Society of Jesus, traveling the globe to spread the word of the Lord to all. They endure countless hardships, aiding, educating, and converting foreigners in need for the sake of making our world a better place. Back home, I would have considered him a hero, but after hearing what these heroes did to Tejon and his people, I don't know if it's so easy to believe that anymore. The Wendat who came to the trading post are people who are here for the sake of their families, to collect provisions for winter and barter for goods. But despite those pure intentions, I'm ashamed to admit they scare me. They look like the kind of evil warriors I heard about in horror stories back in Europe. Tehon taught me what their names mean, so I can get to know them better, though none of them are very talkative, least of all in French. Stawahini means he sees clearly, and is a skilled tracker. Wahuan means mighty current, and gestures a lot when he speaks. Sarenhis means great tree, and built most of their shelters.
Father de Lyon's trading post was little more than ramshackle lumber and a few angry brutes. But I had safety here, a routine, a home. And best of all, I had a purpose.
Alright, so explore the trading post. We're gonna have a look around, see what we can find.
Morning, Jean. You free to play dice? I want payback for last night.
Sorry, Florent, not now. Father Augustin has work for me.
Of course he does. Well, best not keep him waiting. He should still be at the chapel.
Got it. Thanks.
I'm going to continue exploring before we go.
What awful handwriting. Must be Albert's. Golden lilies on royal blue. Nouvelle France's flag looks like the king's coat of arms.
Keep walking, girl. I don't want to deal with your crap while I'm on break.
Tehon? Is everything all right?
Oh, endure, Jeanne. Just tired of negotiations going nowhere. Early winters make business complicated. But we'll handle it. We always do.
Okay. Good luck. One beaver skin for 2 axes. 6 beaver skins for a musket? I have no idea if these prices make sense or not.
The dorm's roof sprung another leak! Christ, I'm sick of this shithole!
What were you expecting out here? Versailles? Just be glad we have a roof. A lot of places are way worse off than us.
A lot of places are way better off, too! That Hudson Bay outpost we worked at with Bernard, that was leagues nicer than this.
Yeah, well, Hudson Bay don't pay us like Augustin either. If you plan on making real money with the rest of us, suck it up and pull your weight.
Fine. I'll fix the roof.
Wow. Never realized these were made from tree bark. It's a miracle they don't get ripped apart by river rapids.
When I asked Hyacinth why traders travel in fragile little birch bark canoes instead of bigger ships like l'Intrépide, he laughed. The New World, he explained, isn't just big or uncharted, it's winding. Large rivers give into tiny crooked brooks, which then turn into torrential waterfalls or treacherous rocky areas where there is no choice but to proceed on foot. No matter how sturdy the vessel, a standard French galleon is just too big to maneuver through these passages, even if the sails were able to catch wind, despite being surrounded by tall trees. In retrospect, that seems obvious, but I wonder how fur traders would get around before Wendat people taught them how to build these things. Traditional native canoes were built by attaching curved ribs of knife-carved flexible fir wood to a central crossbeam piece. Large strips of birch bark were then sewn across to form watertight hulls. This construction meant damaged canoes were not only easy to repair, as only one broken piece among many was simple to replace, but the boats could also be built with variable shapes, depending on whether they were intended for gentle streams or fierce rapids. Likewise, birch bark canoes were extremely light despite their relative sturdiness and potential size. A 40-foot-long canoe, typically used by fur trade company workers, weighed roughly 300 pounds but could carry 10 men and 3 tons worth of goods. Innu, in particular, relied on birchback canoes when returning north in autumn for the sake of hunting caribou. Those who carried the canoes often developed telltale humps called pakatakan, due to the boat's crossbars resting on the napes of their necks. These acted as testaments to a porter's skill and experience.
Poor things. I feel bad having to cook them.
For a few short months, my parents let me keep a baby hare as a pet, until it ran away, that is. But, cute as it was, the rabbits here are even cuter. They all look so plump and fluffy. Picturing what French nobles would do to them makes me sick. In Parisian courts, a dish called lievre à la royale is becoming increasingly popular, but the preparation is the stuff of nightmares. Hares are strangled to death so that the blood and bones can be saved to make sauce. Organs are removed, then marinated for days in a mix of wine, truffle, lard, and spices. The result is a gruesome gravy-drenched pate, soft enough to be eaten with a spoon. Sometimes, I wonder if French nobles ever feel bad for eating this, or maybe they think all those abuses makes the meat taste better. One of the few native animals whose population actually increased during the colonial era, eastern cottontail rabbits are, as their name suggests, native to eastern Canada and easily identifiable thanks to their fluffy white tails. They are clover-loving foragers who dig family burrows in open plains, and rather than hibernate, they grow thicker fur coats in winter. They are integral to the diet of local predators like lynx, owls, and raccoons. Not to mention prized by native communities, as they are available to hunt year-round. Rabbit stew in particular is a traditional Algonquian dish, still prepared today when celebrating holidays. Rabbits also frequently appear in indigenous myths, often shown to be confident and playful hunters, or said to let people speak with the dead through dreams. In Maliseet culture, the rabbit trickster Mahotex is featured in countless light-hearted tales. He is harmless but obnoxious troublemaker who robs and deceives other animals, only to die and come back to life so he can try again.
Nothing like the smell of fresh baked loaves to make a place feel like home.
It's surprising to find proper French bread all the way out here, but it's kind of a relief too. Adjusting to the new world's food could be much harder without that familiar taste. One of my earliest memories is helping my mother prepare messlin bread for dinner. We couldn't afford proper flour, so we made our own from barley, split peas, rye, and acorns. It was so coarse you could barely sift it, and the loaves it baked were almost black. I'd even chip my teeth on the crust unless I dipped it in warm milk first. Part of me almost misses that awful stuff. Life was hard back then, but Mum worked every day to make sure we had our fill of bread, no matter how bad things got. And if that's not love, I don't know what is. In 17th century France, bread was more than just a staple food source for peasants and nobles alike. It was a status symbol. Finely milled wheat flour, which resulted in white bread, was considered pure, healthy, fit for royalty. Loaves baked with crude or dark flour full of bran husks or seeds was barely deemed appropriate for human consumption, and a sign of poverty. Colonies like Quebec placed similar importance on white bread, making it one of Nouvelle France's most significant imports. Jesuits were guaranteed 1 kilo or 2.2 pounds of bread daily as part of their missionary rations, and the average sedentary colonist diet was 60 to 85% bread. Native nations, for their part, baked bannock loaves with animal lard or fry bread made from corn flour. These recipes proved essential for surviving periods of poor harvest, scarce hunting, or starvation, particularly in the wake of epidemics and colonial abuses. Today, these recipes are seen as testaments to Indigenous resilience and innovation in the face of adversity.
They have enough guns to start a war.
That is probably the point. Okay. What have we got in here? Oh, more stuff. Pumpkins.
Is Tehan sure these are edible? Doesn't look like any fruit I've ever seen.
How do Albert and the others expect me to cook something like this? I've never seen vegetables that even remotely look like these before. They have hard shells, almost like tree nuts, but when you cut them open, the flesh has the texture of a soft turnip. But that still doesn't explain their carrot-like colour, let alone why they're hollow in the middle, or chock full of pointy seeds. Tehon says his favourite food uses this plant in some side of stew, and Florence swears he's seen some grow to be the size of breeding bulls. I honestly can't tell which one of those stories I have the hardest time believing. Botanically part of the berry family and capable of weighing over 2,000 pounds, pumpkins, as well as squash and other gourds, are native to North America. Not to mention essential to indigenous agriculture, these plants are culinarily versatile, able to be roasted, mashed, candied, and more, but also thrive in autumnal conditions, making them integral to most communities' seasonal harvests. Some nations even treasured pumpkins for their medicinal purposes, with seeds used to treat stomach infections and vine flowers for tea infusions. Alongside beans and gourds were considered one of the 3 sister foods by the Wendat, named after the Sky Mother's daughters who nourished humanity. In addition, the 3 vegetables are known to grow much more smoothly and healthily if they are planted close together. A meal which combines these ingredients, known as the 3 Sisters Soup, is still prepared and celebrated amongst multiple native communities today.
I think I know someone who might like this.
Are we gonna give that to the doggo? I think so. I have something for you, Captain.
Bon appétit, boy.
Here's our good doggo. I want to go and check out this thingy up here before I go to the church.
Just you wait, you fucking Iroquois. You ain't ready for me.
Bernard, what are you doing up here?
Keeping watch.
Iroquois warbands have been attacking settlements a lot lately. But they won't get the drop on us again. The second I even think I see one, BAM!
Why are they raiding us in the first place? Is there something they want?
Far as I can tell, they just get a kick out of killing us. So I gotta keep ready. Just in case.
Most horror stories I heard in France concerned the Iroquois. Everyone said they were merciless raiders who trained their men to feel no pain, that they howled like beasts when they attacked our colonies, wielding fire and arrows, that the prisoners they took faced far worse fates than the people they slaughtered, and all of them swore they refused to make peace, because their only purpose in life was to vanquish their enemies. At least, that's what all those dramatic retellings would claim. But after hearing Tahon's account of the situation, something tells me the Iroquois see us as monsters, much in the same way we see them. Why does the truth always have to be so complicated? Though the French name Iroquois is derived from a term meaning snake or barbarian, the Haudenosaunee are actually a confederacy of multiple indigenous communities united under the Great Law of Peace, a precursor of modern democracy. Prior to invasive French colonization attempts, they lived in large agricultural longhouse villages, with their territory encompassing most of the Great Lakes areas in southeastern Canada. First contact with European settlers resulted in hundreds of Haudenosaunee deaths and displacements. Furthermore, Nouvelle-France allied with the Wendat and Innu nations, which were Haudenosaunee enemies at the time. As a result, the Confederacy engaged in relentless war against French colonies, and their raids only grew more brutal after partnering with British settlers, fellow adversaries of France who provided them with guns. In the 17th century, the Haudenosaunee were at the height of their power. Historian Pekka Hamalainen, I can't pronounce that, claims no other native nation ever reached so far, conducted such ambitious foreign policy, nor commanded such fear and respect.
God, were they all killed in those Iroquois raids? God, if you can hear me, I hope their spirits are at peace, just like the women aboard my ship. Father Augustin's cabin. Bet it's way nicer to sleep there than the dorms.
Okay, I think we've looked at everything. So.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and pardon us our sins. Amen. Ah, good morning, Jeanne. Peace be with you on this fine day.
Thank you, Father. Albert said you needed me?
Indeed, and for an important task, no less. I presume you're aware of our guest's precarious circumstances?
I am. Tehan said the weather has been abnormally harsh. There's almost nothing left to hunt or forage, and their people's crops have suffered too. Some want to leave before the first snow, but it might be worse back home.
Dreadful, isn't it? Well, fret not, my dear. The Wendat shan't be forsaken. My associates and I will host a banquet soon, in honor of Toussaint.
We have enough food left for that?
Of course. I've been planning this celebration for quite some time, you know. We shall have fruit and bread, wine and venison, even mushroom stew. But to indulge in merriment when our allies suffer? That would be vile. Thus, I was hoping you'd extend Tehan an offer of conciliation. Invite him and the Wendat to stay a little longer, so they too may partake.
That's a wonderful idea, Father. But, Toussaint is a Christian celebration. Should we really be imposing our faith during their time of need?
Are you implying my intentions to be impure, Miss Angelier?
No, no. Of course not.
Then I'll thank you not to confuse charitable acts for subterfuge, as Tehan would. What this feast stands for is trivial compared to the weary souls it may save, you see.
You're right, Father. I'm sorry for speaking out of turn.
It's quite all right, child. Concern is not sin. Just be sure to extend our invitation sooner than later.
I've always had mixed feelings about Toussaint. On one hand, back at the convent, we ate better food than usual. We were spared from most chores or duties, and we got to do much more than just attend lessons or obey nuns' orders. On the other hand, Toussaint was also a day to celebrate the dead, to bring flowers to graves, give thanks to our lost loved ones, and pray for their well-being up above in heaven. Yet, no matter how many years went by, bringing a bouquet to my parents' headstones always prodded at old wounds, and knowing I'll never see those tombs again doesn't numb that heartache in the slightest. Also known as All Hallows Day and the Feast of All Saints, Toussaint is a liturgical celebration of the Christian faith dating back to the year 300. It was originally a commemoration of martyrs' sacrifices, held between Easter and Pentecost, a holiday associated to the Holy Spirit and Jesus' apostles. Later in the 9th century, it was moved to November 1st, and instead became a way to honor the work of God's saints, whether their deeds were known or not. Toussaint stems from a Catholic belief of strong spiritual connections existing between souls in heaven and souls on earth. The feast is a way for those below to express gratitude towards those above for their work in life and to express thanks for guiding them closer to God.
Hey, where do you think you're going? You're supposed to be sweeping the goddamn dorms, so get to work!
I'm not your maid. You clean them. And if you have a problem with that...
You're goddamn right I do. You slack off, waste food, and your stinking mutt's a pain in my ass. So give me one goddamn reason I oughta...
Because he'll bite you.
Take this up with Father Augustin, okay? I'm just doing what he says.
Those floors better be spotless tomorrow.
Thanks, boy.
He's a good doggy.
Thankyou, John.
Oh, Ndio?
Named Huron by the French, Old World meaning both ruffian and boar's head in reference to their warriors' hairstyles, the Wendat were Nouvelle France's most significant trade partners, exchanging furs and food for previously inaccessible goods. Formerly occupying a vast territory known as Wendake, the Wendat population once exceeded 20,000 members. They lived in large agricultural villages made of communal longhouses, harvesting squash, bean, and corn, relying on hunters and fishermen come winter. By the mid-1600s, following extended contact with colonists, devastating epidemics and Haudenosaunee raids killed over 10,000 Wendats, forcing survivors to disperse. Some consolidated further alliances with the French, while others formed traditionalist factions fleeing to join the Tionontati or Odawa nations. These deaths and the resulting rift between former communities erased centuries of oral tradition. Today, the Wendat number roughly 5,000 members, many which still reside in the Wendake area, striving to preserve surviving practices or reconstruct once lost languages.
Eshiarasquai, Pastor, Young Wind, Yothoye, Atuentaye. Oh, Jean! Oh, Onyatanoro. What brings you here?
I was supposed to deliver a message, but... Tehan, since when have things been like this?
Longer than I care to admit. We're managing now, but it is becoming colder. Unless trades or hunts improve soon, things will get worse before they get better.
I'm so sorry. If I'd known it was this bad, I would...
Come, we should talk elsewhere. Give him a chance to rest. Now, what's all this about a message?
Well, it's good news, actually. Father de Lyon wants to invite you and the others to a feast.
A feast? For what occasion?
It's to, celebrate the life and death of all God's saints. I know it sounds bad, but he just wants them to stay a few more days and...
Absolutely not. This is another Jesuit scheme, and I want nothing to do with it.
It's not like that. He only wants to help.
I'd like to believe that. But accepting this offer will make their safety depend on him. And that's too big a risk for me to take.
Look, Tehan. I can't force you to trust him, but... I will never let him hurt the Wendat. So just this once, let me help you. This is our chance to foster understanding. Make things better for both our peoples. But you need to take the chance while you still can.
You're right. We won't make peace with the past by letting fear dictate our choices. I'll tell Augustin we accept.
Glad to hear that. Do you, want me to come with you? Just in case?
If you want. Though you've already done more for us than I could ask. Besides, you may have your hands full already.
Oh, yes. We play fetch with Doggo.
I'll catch up later?
Of course. Have fun.
We must play fetch with Doggo. Go get the stick.
All right, boy. Ready? Go get it. That's how I like to remember those days. As a peaceful river by the woods, where I could pretend things would be all right.
Watch your head.
Thanks. I don't understand. The weather is getting colder. But Pierre learned his lesson. The winter spirit shouldn't resent him anymore. Unless...
Everything all right? You're muttering again.
Sorry, I just... I keep worrying we're already too late.
Yeah, well, don't go losing hope yet. Come on, gotta keep pace if we want to catch up.
By the way, what's a poste de traite like, exactly?
You don't know? Thought there was one by Takuatshina.
Oh, there is, but... Back in the day, I was too young to visit with our traders. And once, most of them came back poisoned by alcohol or dying from disease. Great-grandfather warned us to stay away until things got better.
Christ. That explains a few things. Well, anyway, a poste de traite is,
A trading post.
like a fortified meeting place for traders, basically. Natives bring furs, Frenchmen pay with goods, and both sides go home richer.
That actually sounds nice. In theory, at least.
Does, doesn't it? Watch your step. Ice here's slick as shit.
So, what makes this poste de traite special?
Well, apparently, a missionary runs it.
Missionary? Like those men in black robes?
That's what I heard. They say he don't care much about making money either. Maybe the guy's just a saint looking to help folks in need, but still, it's pretty odd.
And you're sure Jeanne will be there?
Nope, but her trail's gone cold, and we don't exactly have other leads. My guess is she struck a deal to get shelter for the winter. Or she stocked up on supplies before heading for Quebec.
I just hope she hasn't sold the fur.
Christ. I'm sick of walking uphill. Oh, fuck this. I'm done. Let's call it a day. What's on your mind?
I'm not looking forward to being surrounded by white men again.
You'll be fine. We've been speaking more French than Inu lately, haven't we?
I should be thanking my oh-so-humble teacher for that.
Best way to repay me is with a bottle of good booze. Hell, there's an idea. We should share a drink once we get there. You know, celebrate getting this far together.
A drink? Like firewater? I appreciate the thought, although I don't think I'd be comfortable doing that.
Oh, right. Guess you wouldn't be. Well, I'll think of something else. Still gotta celebrate somehow.
I'll go get firewood. Every now and then, Pierre did things that made my belief in him waver. He always called them mistakes. Good intentions gone wrong. But those mistakes happen so often. I couldn't help but wonder, maybe I was the problem. Maybe I spent so much time trying to make him understand me. I never took time to find out who he really was.
We used to trade with outsiders years ago, exchanging furs and crafts against metal tools or cloth. But when our traders started coming back with bottles of strange drink instead, great-grandfather warned our leaders that the trades had to stop. Nothing, he said, is more dangerous than a poison that cripples a man's reason and his values, especially if it makes him desperate to poison himself further. The strange thing is, alcohol looks so harmless, clear as water from a stream, yet it burns the throat like flames, reeks of fruit gone bad, a trustworthy guise to hide its foul nature. No different than the white men who tricked us into drinking it, I suppose. Literally translating to water of life, eau de vie is a French liquor made by mashing, fermenting, and distilling fruits like pears or cherries. This yields faintly sweet, colourless, and extremely potent brandy, ranging from 44% to 86% alcohol content. In Nouvelle-France, the drink was extremely popular due to its taste and rumoured medicinal properties. Circa 1730, the average Quebec citizen consumed 20 litres per year, the equivalent of a shot per day. Eau de vie was also used as a bargaining chip by unscrupulous traders doing commerce with natives in order to propose exorbitant prices in exchange for alcohol or getting indigenous merchants drunk to facilitate scams. Religious missionaries decried the practice as immoral, leading royal authorities to make the selling of alcohol illegal. Ironically, this did not stop certain nations from integrating alcoholic beverages into spiritual ceremonies or rituals, similar to tobacco.
You're better with an axe than I thought. Sure you don't want a break?
I'm fine. Keep them coming.
You're the boss. Good. Again. Gonna have enough wood for that Toussaint bonfire in no time.
Hey!
Morning, Tahan.
Where is he?
Huh?
Augustin. Where?
He's at the chapel, but...
Christ. Never seen him that worked up before. Well, not our problem. Come on. One more swing. Nice.
What you did, traitor?
All right, next one, John. Chop, chop.
On second thought, I'll take you up on that break.
Fair enough. Don't take too long, all right?
Oh, enlighten me then. Calmly. You must not yell in the house.
Do not give me orders! They told me what you did. Your chants, your holy water. What gives you any right to do that behind my back?
You're being unreasonable. I only offered prayers to the ill. Where's the harm in...
Don't you dare lie! I know this feast is just another ploy. But I will not let Jesuits hurt my people again, no matter what I have to do.
Tahan, I gave you my word. I will not force the Wendat into anything. If they come to me seeking God, it will be of their own free will.
You!
Oh, good day, Miss Angelier. How go preparations?
Everything's on schedule.
Wonderful.
What now? Which one of them am I supposed to talk to about this?
I trust Tahan more.
Helen Dasquans.
Tahan?
Now's not a good time.
Please. I want to talk about what happened in the chapel.
There's nothing to tell. I just lost my temper.
Tahan, I know you. And you never get that angry. Not without a reason.
Look, you can see our shelters from up here. Albert was on watch when I was absent yesterday. He told Augustin I was gone. And then Augustin did something to my people. He claims it was nothing but prayers for the sick, but the truth is rarely what white men claim it is.
Listen. Even if Father Augustin had no right to do that without asking, there's no guarantee he lied. Maybe he really did just pray.
I know.
Then why in the world did you?
Because I can't take it anymore. Every day I work myself to death trying to understand people who despise us. And every day I see them in the shadows, waiting to undo all the good I wrought. It's like he's trying to remind me that he can hurt us any time he wants to. And this time, I helped him get away with it. I agreed to this feast. I gave him what he needs to make my people suffer.
Tehan, listen to me. You chose to stay because I promised to help. And I will. Besides, Father Augustin isn't like the priests you told me about. He's a good man.
It doesn't matter, Jeanne. Even if he's not like other Jesuits, even if I could trust him like you do, accepting his help feels like admitting my people are weak, that we need his salvation. And I'm just so tired of it.
I get it. I definitely get it.
These ones are ready, Florent.
Perfect. Just get those mushrooms for the Wendat stew, and we're done. They're in food storage. Crate marked with a cross.
Got it.
So your name's Wahoen. What does that mean in French?
I forget what food storage is. Oh, it's down here. But I'm willing to bet that the mushrooms in the crates are the ones that we learnt about. Yep, they're glowy.
These must be the mushrooms. Wait, why are they?
Those ain't chanterelles. You see that glow? That means they're toxic. So don't eat them, unless you want to beg God to end the bloodiest runs of your life.
Oh, no, 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 no! This has to be a mistake.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven.
Father Augustin, there's an emergency. Look.
Not fond of chanterelles, are we? Worry not, child. They're for Wendat only.
No! They're toxic! People could get sick or die from these.
Who told you this?
It was Tehan. He showed me what... Wait. Who told me? You knew! There has to be a mistake, I don't...
Miss Angelier, please, calm yourself. I never meant to deceive you, only preserve your innocence. I mean, you spent so much time with Tehon. I feared you'd grow conflicted. And I could not let you choose him over making the world a better place.
I don't understand. How is this going to...
It will render the Wendat weak and pliable. Perfect for our purposes of peaceful conversion.
Conversion? How could you? The Wendat needed you!
Indeed. And once they fall ill from eating these, they'll need me more than ever. However, only those who accept Christ as Savior will receive aid, of course.
That's inhuman!
Perhaps. But they've rejected salvation so often, drastic measures have become necessary. After all, I would sooner kill a heretic than fail to redeem one.
How can you call yourself his servant? You speak of slaughter like it's nothing.
Slaughter is nothing to a righteous god! In what world would he not crave followers to his name? In what world would he not avenge the saints those sinners tortured?
We Jesuits were sent to shepherd the Lord's wayward flock.
But those savages are not lambs of God. They are a murder of crows. I have seen them feast on the livers of living men, even as they wailed for mercy. I have seen them skin scalps from the heads of pastors, like peel from Eden's apple. I have seen hell, Miss Angelier, crossed its rivers, wandered its valleys. And I know you have as well. Because you're exactly like me.
We are not the same. I'd never resort to blasphemy like this.
Oh, but you already have, my dear. From the moment we first met, you confessed to lying. You scoured our Lord's holy book, knowing full well it was sacrilege. You committed evil in the name of faith. How is my sin, my mission, any different? And who knows what other falsehoods you've sown? Why, just earlier, you claimed Tehon knew of these. You are a wicked creature, child. But do as I say, and God will forgive you. Refuse, and I will banish you in his name, back into those wicked wilds.
Fine then! Banish me! I'm not afraid!
Oh, but you should be. Because I will throw you into those blizzards, naked and starving. I will deny you the companionship of Tehon, traders, even your dog. And I will brand your flesh with fire to let the whole world know you're beyond God's help. Now, I suggest you consider your options very carefully. Because whether you do what must be done, or suffer heresy alongside them, God and I will be watching.
In the 1600s, Jesuit missionaries established the settlement of Sainte Marie in Wendat territory, where they spread Christian faith to allied indigenous believers, but also spread devastating epidemics that resulted in incalculable fatalities. With the whole Haudenosaunee nation seeking to retaliate against French incursion and the Wendat forces diminished by disease, Santa Marie was raided. Many Jesuits were captured, and over the course of several years, 8 were ritually tortured to death by their captors. Written accounts describe the missionaries being burnt with red-hot metal, bled dry, eviscerated, selectively dismembered, and more. These same accounts describe the Haudenosaunee as God-loathing barbarians whose cruelty could not shatter these pious pastors' faith. The incident is now considered the most gruesome act of martyrdom ever recorded by the Catholic Church, and these fallen Jesuits, also called the Holy Canadian Martyrs, were canonized as saints in 1930.
Damn.
Tehan!
Jeanne?
I need a moment to calm myself there. Like, I was so angry at that fucker. I still am so angry at that fucker. I'll be back, guys.
I've checked splash. Who wants it? Car.
Oh, I fucking whacked him. Sorry! Sorry! Guess who's getting kicked off a cliff? Guess who's getting kicked off a cliff? Bye! Oh, get the fuck off the cliff!
Belly gets so awful empty in the fog. To me, their meat, your meat, all of us are.
No deal!
I won't be party to murder.
Well, I got no use for you.
Eat my melty gun! Oh god, you're not balked, are you? Oh god, you're balked. Look. Your pet is right there. Leave my lobby. Fuck off with your smashy thing. Whack, whack, wacky, whack, roll. No, no! Stab it in the butt! What in the hentai is this? No! No!
Something extra. Choose
Oh,
any two
God,
players
no.
to make them swap points.
Well, Minda's gonna be up top now.
Choose a friend, choose
No,
an enemy.
Minda
You
can't
just can't
choose
choose
herself.
yourself, alright?
Oh, okay.
Rip my points!
So
Rip
who does Minda
all
want
of
to
my
win?
points!
Give it to Sadie. Give it to Sadie.
Rip
Yeah, watch
all-
Sadie get her points.
Yeah, Yep.
Rip all of my points.
Hurry.
Congratulations.
A swap there shall be.
You thought you was gonna win? Nah, baby.
Why do I get the feeling this head is going to annoy the fuck out of me? I mean, he can't be any more of a liability than the boy can he? Damn it, Freya, why did you have to give me
Why did
head?
Freya spit in your face?
No.
Oh, come on, wifey! Do you not see that big bed behind you? Like,
I don't like the idea of losing you. Hello. All right there. Hello.
oh, he's got a butt crack.
Look at the butt crack.
The troll has a butt crack. You're so close, you're so far, my car won't move.
Good God Almighty!
Go forward!
It's out of control.
Yes, my car is definitely out of control. Ah!
Up and out.
I'm not dead, run away! I'm not doing... Help me! Yeah, I think the left leg, right arm's broken. He might have a pneumothorax.
What's a Nemo? Oh, wait, like the fish? Wait, what?
Pneumothorax, it's just a build-up of fluid in the lungs, makes it very difficult to breathe. Okay, that's it. Thanks for the heart attack. Ooh! Butcher's game. If anyone needs to eat.
Ooh. I got a pot of candy bars.
You do a
Free raccoon skin. Alright, we're back. I'm gonna hide this though. Alright, we're still at the trading post. Okay.
All of you, calm down!
You wonder what the... Hey! Keep in line!
Is this what it's come to, Augustin? We don't bend the knee, so you have us poisoned?
Tehan, I assure you this is a grave misunderstanding. Nothing more. Tell your men to calm down.
Takuatshina! I am through hearing you pretend to be innocent, you murderer! Jeanne told us everything!
She what? Do you realize what you've done? What God will do to you for betraying me?
If God punishes me for this, so be it. But your punishment will be worse. Because I'd rather be a heretic than see you get away with this.
We want justice, Augustin!
Whoa!
Taiwan!
You
Taiwan!
Come!
Taiwan!
Seize her!
Taiwan!
No! Put me down!
Jeanne!
Albert, let her go! She's...
Stay out of this, Theon! This ain't your problem. This is between her and... Ah!
I choose the bear.
Get off me!
Don't you hurt my dog!
No! Capitaine!
Yeah, no!
Stop!
You back off!
No, boy, please, get up!
Get back! All of you!
Fire!
It's okay, boy. I've got you.
Don't let her get away!
Just hang on.
God knows what you've done, girl! And he will make you pay!
Come on. Quit lagging behind.
They hurt my
How
dog.
much longer till the poste de traite?
Not far now. Just gotta get past these hills. And thank fuck, too. I'd kill a man for a warm bed right now.
I'd worry more about Jeanne if I were you.
Well, ain't much we can do for her, other than hope she's there. Same goes for that wolf pelt.
Wait. Is that... the winter spirit?
Hey! Where you going?
You go ahead. I'll catch up. The mist. Is it guiding me? This is worse than ever. Like, the closer we get to that poste de traite, the more it lashes out. I need to warn Pierre.
Does that mean I should go back to Pierre?
Get the fuck over here! Holy shit!
What in the... How? How did this happen?
Who cares? If Shen's in there with the fur.
Look! Outside the camp!
Survivors?
We need to get down there and help. Fast!
Right. Lead the way.
My God! Is that you?
Wait, you know this guy?
He's a friend. I'll explain later. Right now, we need to put out that fire.
No, it's too late for that. Just gather survivors and tend to wounded. I can't handle them alone.
Yeah, no shit. I'll take care of the traitors. You two, help the Wendat!
Thank you. Hurry, my god!
Bernard, please, for the love of God, open your eyes! Bernard!
Keep it together, man. We need to get you out of here.
Albert, please! Let it go!
What's wrong with him?
I'm not sure. He was running a fever before getting these burns. But when we put snow on them... You were trained by a medicine man, right? Tell us what to do.
I don't know. I think he's in thermal shock, but Great-grandfather never taught me how to handle this. If I make a mistake, I could kill him.
Doing nothing kills him too.
Boil water for tea and mash red berries with bear lard. That should help with fever and infection. You, mix the rest with beaver oil and crushed fir. Apply it like salt once his burns are clean, and hope for the best. I can't guarantee it'll work, but...
Someone was still inside? Come on!
Lord! You cannot do this!
You!
To me! Tehan! You spawn of Lucifer! Do you realize what you've done?
What I've done? You brought this on yourself, and I should let you burn for it.
What are you doing? We need to save him.
No, we don't. There is no understanding men who only want to break us. And our people won't know peace until we're rid of him for good.
Leave this man to die, and you'll be the same as him. A person ruled by fear and hate who thinks some lives matter less than others. And that is not what you stand for. I know it isn't. We won't make the world better by mistaking justice for revenge.
I'll lift the beam. You drag him out.
Right.
What are you doing? Get away! I don't want your pity!
Please just take my hand and...
Don't touch me! I'd rather die than be saved by savages!
Then die, prick!
And I'd sooner kill a heretic than fail to redeem one! Get out of there!
I learned a hard lesson that night. No matter how hard I try, no matter how good my intentions, some people cannot be saved by understanding alone.
Why? The bleeding won't stop. No! No, 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 no! Please stay awake. I need you. Lord, I'm begging you. Don't take him. I can't do this alone. I'm here, boy. It's okay. I'll be here. Till the end. I tried. But they won't save him. Just breathe. We're safe. You can rest. Qui peut voir le soleil la nuit? Qui peut voir la nuit sans étoiles? Et qui peut quitter son ami sans verser de larmes? Je peux voir le soleil la nuit. Je peux voir la nuit sans étoiles, mais ne peux quitter mon ami sans verser de larmes. Je peux faire de la voile sans vent. Je peux ramer sans rame, mais ne peux quitter mon ami sans verser de larmes.
What now?
Oignon est content. And check ya, huh?
Oh, Sierra i John, you
Yadarondon, my gon. Deawesqua. Attendion Rashondia.
Is this seriously all that's left? Christ. How the hell do we start over from this?
Despair brought traders in Wendat closer together than ever before. I hoped the peace would last this time. The remains of their settlement didn't look like a lost home, but the bones of a beast that fed on greed.
He wanted to be a dad, Flora, more than anything in the world. But all I did was call him a drunk. And now, God damn it. Pourquoi lui?
The sick Wendat, Saranes. He died from his injuries overnight. I just hope my attempted remedy did something to ease the pain. We'll bury you properly soon. May your journey back to Mando be safe.
It's not your fault, Christoph. He's in a better place now.
We Inu are not only born from the womb of our mothers, but the womb of Mother Earth, and in death we return to her. To honor our dead, we wrap their remains in birch bark while our elders chant ritual songs. We dig them graves lined with spruce to protect their spirits from harm, and curl them into fetal positions as they were before birth. We make sure they face west, for that is where they'll journey to reach the world of spirits. And we bury them with belongings to assist on that journey, like hunting knives or tea. We all make the journey, eventually, but I'm afraid to return home and realize my people have set off without me. The records of French missionary Jean de Brebeuf describe Wendat funeral customs in great detail, citing their mutual reverence for the fallen as integral for building bridges with Europeans. When Wendat were on the verge of expiring, festive farewell feasts were held in their honour. The soon-to-die would deliver speeches to display courage and express love, sometimes singing death chants if they were warriors. After death occurred, mourners would work themselves into a collective frenzy, evacuating as much anguish as possible before elders declared the mourning done. The body was then wrapped in beaver hide and set atop high platforms. Months later, when remains were mostly bones, the dead were cleaned and prepared for burial. Families were given chances to grieve more intimately, and fellow Wendat offered parting gifts. A second feast was held as tribute for the deceased spirit, before placing bones in bark coffins and burying them in communal graves.
The man in the black robe. He's missing.
You talk, young.
How many lives defiled just like the White Wolves for the sake of that scorched horde? And even if the animals were treated with respect, all that remained of those hunts, that commerce, those hard-forged bonds, was ruin.
What? You here to tell me Bernard's dead? Get the hell out of here. You're just hurt. He'll wake up any minute now. Has to wake up.
I was about to say if it didn't want me going this way, it would do something to prevent me from going any further, which it has, so. I guess we want to go the other way.
Someone there! Pierre? I had to find the one who did this. He robbed this man, just like the wolf. What kind of mentor defiles his brother instead of burying him? What are you doing?
Crap. Look, this ain't what it looks like, all right? I was only gonna...
What? Keep quiet and hope I never found out? Just like you lied about butchering that white wolf.
How the hell do you know about...
I knew from the start, Pierre. I just wanted to believe I was wrong. How can you disgrace the remains of your own kind? Disgrace anyone's remains? And why would you hide the truth?
'Cause I knew you'd react this way.
How else am I supposed to react? I tried so hard to make you understand us. I taught you stories, principles, the value of life. And now what? You throw those teachings away because they're inconvenient?
You're goddamn right I am. First off, you shouldn't care what happens to this filthy hustler. And I'm doing this because I need to, not because I want to. The only way to survive at a time like this is making the most of what death leaves behind.
That's your excuse for debasing corpses?
What do you mean, excuse? Leaving this guy and his shit to rot would be worse! Don't you Innu live by that whole waste-nothing rule? I mean, goddamn. Say what you mean, and tell me what's so wrong with staying alive!
Survival is not the issue here. It's the fact you do so without any respect for the fallen.
Yeah? Well, respect ain't worth squat if it kills you.
Excuse me?
In a perfect world, we'd be treating every stinking corpse like the second coming of Christ. But fact is, if you die caring for the dead, you can't do sweet fuck all for the living. So, you better face reality and get your priorities straight. Or, you'll be burying Inu instead of saving him. Now piss off and let me work.
Sometimes protecting our people means learning to understand, not learning to fight.
Can I say one last thing? I think I finally know why we struggle to see eye to eye. I taught you so much about Inu culture, yet I know almost nothing about yours. White men have customs and responsibilities I can't even begin to imagine. And I keep blaming them for not understanding us, when I won't try to do the same. That's why, even if I don't approve, I know you have reasons for doing this. Besides, my people take things from the dead too. I know it's necessary for survival.
Then why throw a fit when I do it?
Do you remember that story you told me? About those men who hunted without end? If all of us behaved like them, always wanting more, never saying enough, eventually, this land will have nothing left to give anyone. And if the only future we can look forward to is bleak, barren, hopeless, what are any of us surviving for? This is why my people call life sacred and honor every part of it. Respect is what turns the wilderness into our home, into a future worth preserving. Treating it like an enemy to defeat the way you do, that only destroys it.
So, why waste your breath on me, if I'm the problem?
You saved my life. You're living proof our peoples can learn to coexist, that mutual understanding is possible. I can't give up on you any more than I can give up on a peaceful future.
You really think trusting me after all the shit I pulled is the right call?
Maybe not. But I want to trust you. I want to give you another chance. Though, I'm not as sharp as the woman who tricked that lynx.
Huh. Neither am I. But if you're giving me that kind of trust, I don't want to waste it. You're a better friend than I deserve, kid.
For a moment then, I felt it. The power I had to make a difference. And I felt that, too. Pierre? Do you see that?
See what?
I need to make sure of something. I'll only be gone a second.
Sure.
Was that? It can't be. Right there, at the end of the path, when I thought I'd lost everything. That's how I met you.
Featured in countless North American native stories, the winter spirit has countless names, many of which are considered taboo. It remains a fascinating example of how the indigenous oral myth evolved over time, particularly after the arrival and appropriation of European outsiders. Pre-colonial interpretations frame the spirit as a guardian, attacking those who threaten nature. Later, influenced by European contact, is also defined people possessed by such hunger and greed, subjected to such famine and isolation. They developed isolationist, cannibalistic tendencies. Nowadays, westernized pop culture media often frames the entity as a flesh-eating, antlered giant yearning for human flesh. Among Innu, the spirit is named Takuatshina, a trickster associated to wind, ice, and change, whose presence signifies the consequence of a negative action. It aims to guide people through hardships and towards personal growth, leading them to make decisions that will shape their futures for the better.
I'm sorry I couldn't help you bury him.
I'm the one who should be apologizing. I mean, the stuff I put you through, without realizing. I was so stupid, and stubborn, and short-sighted, and I never wanted it to end this way.
You did what you had to do. We both did. I just wish I knew what we had to do now.
Isn't this the wolf you've been chasing?
Yeah, but I kept hoping this one fur would fix everything the white man did. And I'm not sure if it's that simple anymore.
I wish you two could have met.
Me too. He sounded like a good friend.
He was the best.
I'm surprised you kept it all this time.
Even if it got me into trouble, it let me feel connected to God in a way. But in the end, I don't think he ever listened. And for all I know, he never has. Hey, do you have any idea how we're supposed to move past all this?
Not anymore, no. But I think we should start by going back. What's wrong?
It's him. You said he died, but I wasn't expecting to see him like this.
I'm sorry, Jeanne. I swear I did what I could, but I couldn't help a man who refused to meet me halfway.
No, it's not that. I almost killed people because of him. I couldn't just sit there and let Tehan suffer, but what if he was right? What if this really is God's punishment for my betrayal? Maybe I never should have had faith to begin with. In him or in God.
What do you mean?
I lied, sinned, rejected doctrine. used God as a tool. So what's the point of believing any of this, if all it does is ruin lives?
Listen, I can't deny Jesuits like him did terrible things using God as justification. And I'm convinced other outsiders will use the same justification to do worse in the future. Because beliefs, they change us. They can color the way we think, limit our perspectives, make us lose sight of what matters. And yet, I don't think that means your faith, any faith, is fundamentally wrong. Even if your faith's convictions led you astray, they gave you reasons to keep fighting too. I know that, because it was the same for me. And it's why Takuatshina keeps saying he'd rather struggle than suffer doing nothing. So, if those convictions are why both of us are standing here, I can't truly call them evil.
Then, you don't think I should cast him aside?
I don't know. It's not my choice to make. I just think beliefs should inform who we are without dictating who we have to become. So even if you cast aside faith, never cast aside the courage and the compassion that it taught you.
I really wish Father Augustin had been more like you.
Seems they started recovering supplies.
Want to give them a hand?
No offense, but I don't think I'll be comfortable around that many outsiders.
Is that because you think we're irredeemable or something?
Worse. I think you're complicated. Every time we're about to see eye to eye, or realize we're not so different, something seems to go wrong. And I'm left wondering if understanding is just some naive dream. There are exceptions, obviously, but still.
Hey, yes, quit dicking around and help us out.
I just can't get over the fact everything is changing because of them. I know they're here to stay. That we need to learn from each other, find new ways to coexist. But how do we move past this, when every new path we've tried so far keeps ending in failure?
I'm not sure I'm the right person to answer that. But you may already have an answer, standing right in front of you. No matter Pierre's mistakes, you kept believing he could be better. And little by little, those second chances are what helped him grow as a person. If you can do something like that for someone like him, who says you can't do the same with them?
Because a child like me won't succeed where even Takuatshina failed. Besides, Pierre is just one person, an exceptional one at that. And the others may not want to learn from us the way he did. I keep wishing that I'd never chased the White Wolf's killer. Maybe then I could keep believing an open mind is all it takes, instead of realizing how powerless I really am.
I know how you feel. Part of me still regrets boarding that ship back in La Rochelle. But regret can find you on both sides of the ocean. And staying behind would have only made things worse for both of us. You said your people's values and your love for this land, they're impossible to cast aside. And ignoring the urge to act, only to realize you could have done something before it was too late? That sounds a million times more soul-crushing than this. Because regardless of the outcome, your actions helped people. You saved Pierre's life in that cave. You fought to rescue people in that fire. Stopped Tejon from making a terrible mistake. You're even helping me. So even if there are unresolvable differences between us, we can't let them stop us from changing the things we can change.
How, then? How do we change the right things without changing who we are? What we believe in?
Out there, everyone has to adapt if they want to survive. But adapting doesn't have to mean sacrificing the things that define us either. It's like deer don't stop being deer just because they shed their antlers, right? Our peoples didn't make it this far by giving up, and neither did we.
You know, this may not sound like a compliment, but you remind me of my great-grandfather. You spoke to Pierre?
Yeah. He agreed to take me to Quebec, just like he promised. It'll be nice to travel with him again, I think. Besides, he knows I'm more than dead weight by now. How about you? Back to Totuskak?
Mm-hmm. First, I helped the Homostasta's group with reparations, and then... well, I'll admit, I'm still not sure what to do about the Winter Spirit's grudge. But I won't let that stop me from finding a way forward. For all of us.
Hey, if this is goodbye, then, I think you should take it with you.
But that's... I don't know how I could repay you for...
You already have.
I can't begin to tell you how much this means to me. So, I just hope this somehow makes for a fair trade.
You kept it. All this time.
I know you might not believe in what this symbol represents anymore. But I have faith you'll find your way out there, no matter which path you choose to take. So, promise me you won't be afraid of change either, all right?
I promise.
Throughout history, Indigenous nations across Canada have been subjected to countless colonial abuses and cultural genocide from European outsiders. The ripples of these atrocities can still be felt today. However, hopes to achieve true reconciliation persist, with activists enacting meaningful change upon our world. This project was made possible thanks to the collaboration between Indigenous voices and creators from outside cultures. New word for thanks. I love when games make me feel things. Like, there was a lot of up and down emotions in that. And this was so good as well. There's obviously some missable stuff that I missed, like in the codex and stuff. But I definitely think that I will come back to this at one day and play this again. I give it enough time to kind of get out of my brain. so that like it's not so fresh and new before I do. But this is definitely something that I will replay. But I'm going to get the raid started. I've already got the raid message up there for you guys. We're going to go say hello to Zal. He's doing some Elden Ring stuff. If you sub if you subbed, you can pick either of the two messages. If you're not, the second one should be perfectly fine. But yeah, I will be back tomorrow night, and I will catch you guys then. Much love to you. Bye. Ooh. The hands are called Itchy and Scratchy. That's Itchy. They're the Itchy and Scratchy hands.